Hello. What's going on, everyone?
Hey, Hoodie Cab, let me do this intro real quick. I'm gonna do the intro real quick, okay?
I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent torn, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and norm when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya. That shit you saying now, we all know ain't make ya. So many nights was me and my notebook, no hook, no look, just me and my devils, but they so shook. Whatever it took, fuck the battle, ready for war. I ain't die, I evolve, living through these memoirs, regardless of the cost. And the gas made it this far with bars that'll last forever, like the wreck yard.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
I see dead people connect with my sixth sense. Heed no evil, get bread with my six friends. He's no diva, flexing the sick bends. Plex is a teacher, investing in big trends. Scared like a bear, disrupting the bull market. Double down shares, portfolio parking. Dow Jones average, big bank tank sharking. Elevated rank while face stays sparking. Dan John's pace, my grace will sharpen. In the biz since kids, Rosario Dawson. He got game, but he's not Jesus. Connected through the pain that is rocking through your speakers. My daughter's like a mama, but she got my features. We teach her to be strong, never gonna need you. Like Ruth Long, she was born a leader. Underestimating the greats is the wrong procedure.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
I'm alone, but I ain't lonely. Least I got my homies. Peace is what they show me till I meet my one and only. Nothing you can loan me, no way for you to own me. Baritone in my tone, leave sopranos to Tony. My ad-lib game can compete with those on the spectrum. I ain't gon' diss them, but definitely don't respect them. Equivalent of holding the mic till you wreck them at the crossroads with the devil at a dark intersection. Question, is the sin eaten from the tree or neglecting to realize that he is me? Can't have me on lockdown when I'm as free. Stammer through the grammar so blind can see. I ain't trying to be, cause I'm built from the cosmos. And if need be, I raise up like P.D. Pablo. Climbing from the underground cause the dirt's soft. Cage bird on my chest when I take my shirt off.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Hey, welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. I'm your co-host, Uncle Freeze. I'm joined by the host, the spectacular Hoodie Cab. Hoodie Cab, what's going on?
Uncle Freeze, good evening. Good evening, everyone in the live chat. How is everyone doing tonight?
Good.
Better than me. I'm not doing so well. I'm very disappointed. If I had a tub of ice cream, I'd be going through it right now. I've so really was looking forward to Mets opening day today. I had to watch like the Dodgers and all these other teams play, and because it's the Nationals, the only team, mind you, that had anything COVID related happening, we had to be playing and pushbacks. And now it's like, don't even know when we will play this season, to begin the season. Hopefully, it's no later than Saturday. Hopefully. So we'll see what happens. Other than that, what is going on in the world of Uncle Freezy?
I'm frustrated about that Kevin Knox diss tape that I sent you.
Yes. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't even watch it. No way. Who are these people? I don't even know who these people are. Are they like a Knicks channel, or they just do like basketball related things? I don't know who they are.
So Hoop's reference is a major player on YouTube when it comes to basketball. They do mock drafts and a whole lot of ranking videos. So the fact that they even mentioned Kevin Knox was a surprise to me.
Well, I guess I have to leave it to you to fill me in on some of the particular details of that particular video. Like I said, I didn't even bother to open the link.
I watched it.
I'm sure you did. You despise Kevin Knox, so I'm pretty sure you did.
I don't despise Kevin Knox. When have I ever said that?
You actually said it. You said, I don't like Kevin Knox.
I've never said I don't like Kevin Knox.
You actually have. You said, we can trade him. I don't like him. You literally those words came out your mouth.
No, never.
They actually did.
No, I like Kevin Knox. I just don't know that it's going to work in a Knicks uniform. But I like Kevin Knox. I just don't know. Like, I wish I could see more from him.
No.
And shout out to the chat, Delano Steele, everybody, yo, Cully.
Like I said, I didn't even watch it.
Salute.
YouTube watcher, you're my biggest fan. I appreciate you too. What up, Uncle Freeze?
Nope.
You know what sucks, Kev, for you? You've been looking forward to it for like all off season, right? And then the day comes. The day's here. And what happens? The Mets get postponed because of COVID. Ain't that a son of a gun?
You know, it happens, and it's frustrating. It's kind of like I'm trying to think. I mean, it's like I guess it's no different than like a game being postponed due to rain or something. So they'll play. It's just I hate being behind. I mean, I don't. At the end of the day, you're going to play 162 games, regardless. I just don't want to be behind the 8 ball. I want to see Jacob deGrom leading baseball in ERA and strikeouts. So we'll see. I know they're not going to play tomorrow because we would have played today and had the off day tomorrow and had the game Saturday and Sunday anyways. So hopefully they just pick up on Saturday if everyone does their contract tracing things.
Yeah, the only thing I hate about that is that they're doing that 7th inning doubleheader thing.
That's what I don't like.
If they would just, I don't want them to do 7th inning doubleheader.
Because we might be a late inning team. We might
exactly
might like the rally.
You don't get the full story,
So we'll see what happens. But that was pretty much my day. And then Uncle Freezy sent me this YouTube video, and I was like, I'm not even gonna watch this. I'm not gonna do it. And I've been watching Beverly Hills Cop. And that's pretty much how my day went. Oh, Uncle Freezy, I did get my AC fixed. It is blowing remarkably cold. And this is what happens when you take your vehicles to professional, because he tried to give me a hard time earlier today. So why are you a grown man taking your car to get fixed by another person? I don't know how to listen.
Is
this
it
is
your
like an
AC
oil
for your
change.
car?
I need to change my oil, or I needed to like change a tire or something. I can do that. That's fine. But when it's like I got to reroute wires and fuse boxes and stuff like that, I'm gonna leave it to professionals. This is why we have professionals in their field for them to do stuff like this. Ain't no shame in my game. And you saw watching earlier, you saw what I had on. It's not like I was about to get dirty.
Listen, did you guys hear KP?
Oh yeah, I read that.
He said he misses New York
And
and he loves the city.
Some
And he
people,
always gets support when he comes back.
and some people still recognize him.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're 7'4". I mean, I hope.
I think when he said recognize, I think he meant that recognized as in terms of that he didn't want to be traded. Maybe that he wanted.
No, he literally went into the office and said he wanted to trade.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that. You know, not to you, but I don't want to hear that crap.
I mean, I wasn't. I don't. Me personally.
Not to you, bro.
How do I say that? I was hurt when he left. That bothered me, but it's hard to understand who's telling the truth and who's lying in that situation. So I really don't put my foot in. I really don't go into that because the way KP says it, it looks like somebody's lying, especially when he put the IG post, "Stay woke," like people are asleep or whatever. I was like, okay, whatever. Like, so I really don't know who to trust in that situation. But
Right. I mean, the fact of the matter is that he's a Dallas Maverick.
Right.
And he's injury prone. And we turned the assets we got for him into some good things for us, for our future.
We were able to get Randle. We were able to get
Randle.
Randle
And those draft picks.
And the 2 first-round picks. I mean, finally, we get to see one of those picks who it could be. Like, it took 3 years later, we could finally see who could we draft. And after having Dennis Smith Jr. here for a while and DeAndre Jordan for like 3 months. But yeah. I'm glad we got an all-star in Julius Randle. I'm glad that he is playing team basketball, being a team player, and that is what made him an all-star. And so that's what's up.
I mean, who an all-star?
Julius Randle's we got Julius Randle, and I'm glad that him passing the ball, pushed him to be an all-star.
So let me get this straight.
Right.
Because Julius Randle was unselfish and stopped forcing shots, that's when he became an all-star.
Well, he was already 20 and 10, right?
So like I said, so when he stopped being unselfish and spinning into double teams and forcing bricks, missed shots, and started passing the ball, that's when he became an all-star.
I think there's truth to that, right? I think that is correct. I think he started passing the ball more and trusting the pass more. I think Tom Thibodeau insinuated that Julius Randle needs to continue to trust the pass, regardless whether players are knocking down their shots or not. And once he got through that hurdle, he just said, you know what? It's not up to me whether that player makes a shot. I still got to trust that pass and got to continue to feed my teammates. And sometimes they make them, sometimes they miss them. And I know I'm only 10 feet away from the basket, and I can probably make this basket if there's 2 players in front of me, but it's better to trust the pass. And once he got that, we got this Julius Randle who is playing amazing basketball.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be clear on that. And I'm not hating on Julius. I think he's played very well this season.
Right, and he passed the ball to Kevin. I don't want to open that door, but he is one of the few that was passing the ball to Kevin Knox when he was on the floor. And but that's just to keep the conversation about that very short. I don't want to dive into that conversation, but because I know you're a huge fan of his, I just said that.
What does me having this is what this is funny, right? You could have said Julius Randle passes the ball to Alec Burks, right?
Right.
You could have said that and then roll with it. But you said he passed the ball to Kevin Knox. But I don't want to get into that. I'm just bringing it up because I know you're a fan. So really, there was no purpose in bringing it up if you didn't want to bring it up.
I meant to say it as a compliment, but I was like, oh, right. It's like, no, that's your friend. You know, we know that Knox is your favorite player. So I was like, hey, man, you know, Julius Randle, when Kevin Knox was getting minutes, he used to give the ball to Kevin Knox. So Knox was an asset when Julius, because a lot of people don't pass him the ball. Remember, a lot of people don't. When Knox was on the floor.
Oh no, I think it's just more or less Elfrid Payton, but Elfrid Payton doesn't pass anyone the ball not named Julius Randle.
Right.
I think that's a pretty much a statement.
Right.
A fact. Elfrid Payton is
well
bad.
Said, I agree.
And we have
I think for the first 20 games, Elfrid Payton was pretty good. We didn't have nobody. We got these. We were 10-10 maybe. It was good. I was like, man, we got to appreciate this guy because we didn't have a Derrick Rose, and we were actually 10-10. But I started wondering this morning if maybe Leon, because Austin Rivers got traded. I started wondering, like, man, is it possible that Leon Rose was trying to trade Elfrid Payton, and Elfrid Payton was like, no to that deal, no to that other deal, and no to that other deal? Is that possible? Because he's getting starter minutes here or close to starter minutes here, and another team he probably wouldn't be starting, and he possibly wouldn't be able to do what he's doing.
Who is this now?
Elfrid Payton. When I was remember before the trade deadline, I was wondering, like, man, how come Leon Rose traded away Austin Rivers and he didn't trade Elfrid Payton? And I started wondering, is it possible that he tried to trade Elfrid Payton behind the scenes? You don't get to Austin Rivers just like that. You got to be calculating every player in that roster. I
think Austin Rivers was a special case. I think once they brought in Derrick Rose, there was no. I knew at that point when Austin Rivers fell out of the rotation and he wasn't coming in during like garbage time, that he was pretty much going to be gone. And like usually, like in garbage times, he'll put in like Knox and Theo Pinson and Jared Harper. So you'd assume Austin Rivers would get in time, right?
Right.
But he didn't even do that. Like, Austin Rivers didn't play. Like, we were short. We were playing like 8-man rotations. Austin Rivers wasn't playing.
He's my thing too. Mm-hmm.
And it was just like there's writings on the wall. It's like your time is over here. And I think Leon Rose did something to get something for an asset, even though we traded or cut both people. But he wanted to do right by Austin Rivers and send him somewhere else.
My whole thing is I like how Tibbs is using Alec Burks at the point sometimes. I think he's there good, like for a couple of minutes, like maybe 5 or 10 minutes for Alec Burks. And I feel like it's clear that Tibbs is looking for an outside shooting guard, somebody that can hit the three and that can space the floor and the whole nine, and players that can help out Obi and other players in this roster, right? And because Obi's not even getting minutes, right? So I can't even say help out Obi like that because Obi has to fight to stay in the rotation. And but Elfrid Payton is not helping that situation. Elfrid Payton really is not. So I'm like, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, Leon Rose possibly got. I wouldn't be surprised if Elfrid Payton possibly turned down one deal or two that would have sent him to another team, and he possibly just didn't want to go.
I will be honest with you.
I would not. He froze, but I wouldn't put it.
How I feel? What you say?
You froze. You froze. Can you bring it back?
I said, right. I would have kept Austin Rivers over Elfrid Payton.
It's debatable. It's debatable.
I mean, really, what does Elfrid Payton really do that is game changing?
He could. I mean, that could be.
What can he do? I mean, he can't hit a shot. He can't hit a shot unless it's a layup, and even though sometimes he misses them. And then if he gets fouled, he's hitting one of the two.
Right.
Most of the time, he misses one of them.
He could get to the paint. That's the problem. He could get to the paint, but the thing sometimes is the ball sticks with Austin Rivers.
At least Rivers will give you some spacing. Whether the consistency was there or not, that's really doesn't even matter in that argument because Elfrid Payton is just as inconsistent. But at least Austin Rivers gives you the opportunity where he can hit a three.
Well, the thing is that when Elfrid Payton has a no trade clause, and he says no, I can't, I don't want to go there, and I could say no. Well, then the next person you got to move possibly will be Austin Rivers.
Well, then cut his ass.
I mean, the thing about it is, and we can sit here as fans and say we don't like Elfrid Payton. It's just Tibbs does, right? At the end of the day, Tom Thibodeau likes him. And Austin Rivers wasn't playing. And he probably went upstairs and said, get me out of here or something. I'm not playing. I fell out of rotation. Because Tom Thibodeau's going to play who he wants to play. So if he wanted to play Austin Rivers, he would have played Austin Rivers. And he didn't.
I think Tom Thibodeau's going to put players that he believes is going to help win. I don't think he's doing preferential treatment. I think
it's preferential treatment.
I disagree. That's where we disagree. I don't think he's doing preferential treatment. We agree to disagree because I really believe that the players want to win and the coach wants to win. And
I honestly think it's all about having a consistent starting lineup because I don't see how Payton deserves to start still. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, I agree with Kat. There's no way that's the one thing I disagree with.
That's one argument, but the
argument is that the treatment is that he shouldn't be starting.
Great, but the thing is that at the beginning of the season, bro, I don't want to be in that position where I'm defending Elfrid Payton because that's not a.
But you are. You are.
The thing is, I got to keep it in context. That Elfrid Payton in the first 20 games was helping this team win. So I can see now if it was Derrick, because I wanted a veteran point guard. If Derrick Rose was starting,
I'm sorry. You just said the first 20 games we were 10-10, which means we were
about that, right? We were close.
We're
to
the same shit right now.
Hold on. We were 10-10, so we were 500, and he didn't want to make a change. And now we're 24-24.
For 500.
And he doesn't want to make a change because we're so much.
Because better? Consistency. Now it's about being consistent. Like I guess there I think he will be consistent. But my whole thing is he's not doing a preferential treatment. He's just trying to be. I guess he's just trying to be consistent versus being under 500 because we already lose our minds when we're 500 and sometimes we've been one game over 500, 2 games over 500, and Tibbs is looking to win. I don't think it's out of the base of, hey man, I like this guy more versus I like this guy more. I think it's about what is working with us to help us win versus what is not working with us, helping us win.
What's not working is Elfrid Payton starting.
I don't disagree. Also, Derrick Rose has been out for like a month too. After we got him, like he's been out with the COVID. He has injury. The reason he didn't play the Timberwolves game was because we could have won. You said that. I think you said that, and I agree with you
Right, but we've seen what this team has been when Elfrid Payton sat. They won a lot of the games.
My whole thing is, and I agree with it. I would like for Derrick Rose to start, but Derrick Rose possibly can't start either. Like, he's too injury prone right now so far. I would want him to start. I don't disagree with your argument. My whole thing is, like, we've been winning with this, bro. It's hard to look. I know those are tough words to say. To say we've been winning with Elfrid Payton, and I mean, I would like to upgrade. I would like to upgrade with Elfrid Payton, but I don't think you guys have proven yet to me that Tom Thibodeau is doing preferential treatment versus Tom Thibodeau is looking to win games. I don't think you have given me that argument.
I'll give you an example of preferential treatment. Would you assume that Taj Gibson is the epitome of a Tom Thibodeau guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that Taj Gibson is washed at this point in his career?
Right. I like Taj last season too. He has a good shot. He has a good
Taj Gibson washed?
Yes, he's kind of washed. Yes.
Taj Gibson plays major. I saw it against the Milwaukee Bucks game. Mm-hmm. Two no-name players killing Taj Gibson. They purposely went at Taj Gibson because they knew he couldn't keep up with them.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? Tom Thibodeau rolled out. Instead of using two athletic wings to match up with the other two athletic wings that Milwaukee had, I'm going with this 35-year-old seasoned vet that I know has no more foot speed whatsoever.
That could help me to win. That could possibly help me win this game, right?
Listen.
So hold on, but I'm about to get him because I did.
Okay, get it. Good.
We were losing the game with Taj Gibson in the game, right? What did Tom Thibodeau do in the about 8 minutes in the third quarter? Who did he go with?
Which game?
Against Milwaukee.
The Bucks game.
He went with the young kid, Nora.
No. Who did Tom Thibodeau go to? He said, okay, enough is enough because Taj is my guy, and Taj has no business guarding these players. He had no business guarding those players. Jordan Nora ended up with like a career high 23 points, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because Tom Thibodeau refused to go. Oh, there's no point, no reason why Taj Gibson started that game, other than the fact that he is a Tom Thibodeau got it. He is a favorite of Tom Thibodeau.
Who knows how to win games? Tom Thibodeau's record is over 500 for the career. Like, this guy can't be taking no chances.
You know who else is over 500? The Knicks. When Elfrid Payton doesn't play.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. So it does in the 9 games Elfrid Payton doesn't play. The Knicks have a winning record, and we need to explore that experiment.
Again, like I told you, I think Leon Rose possibly try to trade Elfrid Payton, and I have a hunch. It's a hunch. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I think it's possible that Elfrid Payton probably said no to a deal. I'm not going to. I would like to get another guard.
But I would tell you this. I think that if they came to him and said, listen, we want to move you, and he said no to a deal, the next step in that relationship is him sitting. Because now he knows he doesn't. Now he knows they don't want him there. You know what I'm saying? So now that means the next step is, you know what? They don't want me here. Obviously, they want to move forward in a different direction. Okay, I think it's best that I probably don't play or whatever. And I think that's what would have happened. I don't think that even came up in discussion, which is even worse.
Right. I don't think that's a solution. I mean, I don't agree with how you feel about him. I don't know. I debate whether that's a good solution for the current situation with this team, who we have an injury to Derrick Rose, who possibly would have helped us win yesterday's game. I know Tom Thibodeau is trying with Alec Burks at the point guard. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. But at the end of the day, the Knicks are looking to win games, and I don't know if there's another solution. But I think hopefully we get somebody at the we have 2 roster spots available. It would be nice to get another guard and possibly another center.
We need a center first.
I don't disagree, man.
I don't care if we don't get another guard because at this point, if that was the case, they would have done it.
But
they would have gotten Evan Fournier. They would have, if they were going to do guard transactions, they would have done it already. They're not going to do that because of injury. They need a center, and I think that's the one place that we need some help because since Mitch been gone, whether that second half
doesn't look good. This team doesn't look good.
We had the offensive rebounding. We're getting out rebounded bad. They give a lot of teams second. We're giving these teams second chance points, and they're capitalizing. Milwaukee did it. That's how they stood in the game. That's how Miami did it. Beat us, and that's the same thing that happened 2 days ago or yesterday when Minnesota beat us. The offensive rebounds, they second chance points.
Mm-hmm. Now I was just like thinking about Kev W's point about Taj Gibson and having 2 other wing players. I hope they can help us down the line, maybe in the future. I don't know about this season, maybe next season, if they're still here, that they could help us out. But I just don't know.
Why would they be elsewhere?
I said next season.
And you said if they're here. I said, why would they be elsewhere?
I don't know. I mean, I just said why not? I don't know. I mean, if they're still here, I mean, we don't know. There's a lot of questions with this roster and who's going to be here and who's not going to be here next season. So that's a huge conversation that a lot of people are like people. I still wonder if Obi's going to. If you said 2 wing players, so that's Obi and Knox. I'm even Obi. It's not just a Knox thing. I'm talking about Obi too. Whoever is still here, if they're still here next season, I hope that they know Tibbs' system and that I hope that they can help the team win next season so that they can get minutes in this team.
Hey, anybody ever wonder why the front
Don't
office?
disrespect me, YouTube.
Yeah. So anybody ever wonder why the front office drafted 2 offense-only players and hired a defensive-minded head coach?
Because they think that Tibbs can help, build that rapport to make them better defensively. Because you could teach defense. A lot of guys are good on defense because of instinct, passing lanes, just moving your feet. But you could teach defense same way you can practice shooting. But I think when you hire a defensive coach whose game isn't getting the ball in the basket, that's not what Tibbs does. He's not going to get you. His teams are not going to score 120 a game. But they're not going to give up 120 a game. So if you get guys who can score the ball easily and at will, and then educate them and teach them how to play fundamental defense, then you can get some offense with that defense. Just kind of hasn't worked out with the guys that they drafted. I mean, Quickly has his moments where he tries. I mean, he does try. He gets in front of you. He just got to put a little bit more weight on himself. But Obi doesn't have that yet. And I don't know that he may ever have that.
The answer to your question, Freezy, let me get into my bag. I've said this before. Tom Thibodeau is a con artist. Tom Thibodeau is a con artist. He is a deceiver. It irks me to my soul that the only team that was going to hire.
Is this going to be an original thought, or is this going to be something that's going to be
some wish-wash
from other shows? Yeah,
some wish-wash.
Yeah, is this going to be is this a rerun, or is this something new? I'm just asking, man. I don't know.
This is Spreera wants the link, Unc.
I said this morning before we ended the show. When I was going up with your guest panelist, Mr. Evergreen, a guest panelist.
Yo, chill, that's my guy, yo. You were on this morning?
Yeah, I was on for a little
bit. Oh, you must have came on after me. I was on too.
But I do believe that Leon Rose is looking out for his friend. At the end of the day, that's all it is. I just believe that he is looking out for his friend who wanted to get back in coaching, whose the game has. Let's just be real.
Okay.
The modern game has passed by Tom Thibodeau.
Okay, hold on. Because to be honest with you, I don't think that's the case at all.
Oh, God.
I don't think that's the case at all. Tom Thibodeau decided he was going to get the Houston job.
I wish he would have.
He was going to get the Houston job.
Yes,
he was. Yes, they did. And he said, I'm waiting for the Knicks. And the Knicks gave him the job. He was going to get there was other jobs out there that he could have gotten. You think he could have gotten a job in the NBA? Tom Thibodeau couldn't have got an NBA job in the NBA?
No, he couldn't have. No.
But Stan Van Gundy? Did?
And what's New Orleans doing?
Exactly.
JJ Redick go off on New Orleans?
Okay, but with that talent and with that offensive talent and the ability that some of those guys could play defense, and Stan Van Gundy's a defensive-minded coach.
And
you don't think that Tibbs would have them playing better than right now?
No, because Stan Van Gundy and Tom Thibodeau
okay,
are the same
I'll put it
coach.
this way: if we had the roster that's
Stan Van Gundy has done more.
Hold on.
Stan Van Gundy's done more than Tom Thibodeau has.
No,
so
you're lying.
Some would argue that Stan Van Gundy is a better coach than Tom Thibodeau.
If you had the same roster in New Orleans, but the uniforms were different, and it was the Knicks team. That New Orleans team was in New York with this head coach.
No.
And our team, listen.
No.
Let me finish. And our team.
My
you
answer
didn't let me finish.
Let
me finish. Shut up and let me finish.
Go ahead and finish, because it's still gonna be no.
Hey, Kitty Cav, why don't you just listen?
Go ahead.
And the team we have in New York right now was in New Orleans, being coached by Stan Van Gundy. Tibbs with that team in New Orleans our team will be better. We would have more wins. They're under 500. They just lost to Orlando tonight. We did too, but we beat them. They've been terribly inconsistent.
Jesus.
They have way more talent than us.
Jesus Christ.
Way more talent than us. Tom Thibodeau has that team playing better.
Eric G, one more time. If you interrupt Eric G one more time, I'm gonna bring Rob the Nick in here. And you know how Rob the Nick. You know how Rob the Nick you. If you interrupt them one more time, I'm gonna get Rob the Nick.
I mean, I don't know what the chat thinks, but you think that if Tom Thibodeau had the exact same players in New Orleans in a Knicks uniform, that they would be better than what they are right now with Stan Van Gundy? If not, tell me I'm wrong. But
you're wrong.
No, that's
wrong.
That's not true.
Stan Van Gundy's a better coach.
All right, you made it. Do it.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
Matty Kev, what? Stan Van Gundy's a better coach than Tom Thibodeau.
Yes.
Look, you're crazy.
What has Tom Thibodeau done?
Look at his record.
Better.
He's going to talk about taking Dwight Howard to the finals.
I'm going to look up the records. Hold on.
This is not even close.
They would be the top in the top four
of panic. Shaq calls Van Gundy the master of panic.
Rob, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for you. If Tom Thibodeau, because I don't know if you heard, but if Tom Thibodeau,
you're 100% right.
Okay, they would be better. The Knicks would be better if they had what they had in New Orleans, in New York. The Knicks would be.
Hold on, because I was asked a question, so let me give an answer to the question. Tom Thibodeau's record is 376 wins, and 270 losses. Stan Van Gundy is 544 wins and 409 losses.
Okay.
So again, how is Tom Thibodeau a better coach?
Wait, isn't that a better winning percentage? Isn't that a better winning percentage? That's a better winning percentage.
Yes.
I gotta do the math. I don't want to be wrong.
Don't do the math. Don't worry.
Definitely a better winning percentage.
Do you remember when you told me a couple seconds ago? No. Don't do the math. No, you're wrong.
You're wrong. The numbers say he got 400 losses, Kev, and 500.
So you're going to penalize Thibodeau because Van Gundy's been in the league longer. Okay.
He's a bum. He's always been a bum. He only coaching because of his brother. Because the Gundy we had is better than Stan. The Gundy he better than his brother. He got fired mid-season on the.
What does that got to do with anything?
He got fired mid-season on a championship run. Pat Riley had to come down from the office to coach the team. He fired him mid-season on a championship run.
And it's already becoming an issue in New Orleans.
Coaching abilities. That was more or less his. That wasn't a coaching thing. That wasn't a coaching. That was a personality thing. That wasn't a coaching thing.
I called him that year. He said, "This man panics in the huddle more than anybody on the team." He called him the master of panic.
Other than the 1 year where they made the finals, the Magic, what other season has Stan Van Gundy had where you've gone away and said he did a great job?
Every organization he's been a bum.
And then he had one good year in Miami.
And he got fired
on
the championship run.
Wow.
Man, Van Gundy, he was crazy. If we took New Orleans team and put that team in New York, we'd be fighting for third or fourth instead of fifth to the 10th spot. We'll be in solidly third or fourth. With Zion and Brandon,
we'd be in the fourth seed at least, and like 8 games, 9 games away from the fifth seed behind us. It won't be a game or half a game that separates the fifth and fourth seed. We would be like 10 games away from them.
I don't care what anybody says. People could say Tibbs hasn't won in the finals as a head coach. He was the reason. Yes, they had Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and KG, but he was the blueprint for that defense when he was in Boston. So we're not going to give him credit for that. We're gonna blame him for being an assistant coach.
Head coaches. So now we're giving credit to the assistant head coach.
So we don't give.
I thought he was more important to that team.
Listen, hold on. You sit here, Kev, and you have no problem. You have no problem ass kissing to the assistant coaches we have now. But give them credit now. But when we talk about Tibbs being an assistant coach for a championship team, you won't give him credit.
When do I sit here and say go Google Gaga over any of the assistant coaches? I don't care about any of them. I said this morning. Hold on. Go back and watch this morning. I said nobody cares about these coaches. Ain't nobody coming to watch these coaches. I said that this morning. Nobody cares. I don't care about the coaches.
Stan Van Gundy is doo-doo.
You think the fans care about the assistant? No, I don't care.
Can I chime in? I got a question for Kev. Hey, Kev, my whole thing is, okay, we're comparing now Stan Van Gundy to Tom Thibodeau, but you're the one that was calling Tom Thibodeau a con artist, right? I think you call him a con artist.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that, because you are saying first you started with the whole Tom Thibodeau is not giving. You have 2 wing players, and Tom Thibodeau preferred to start to give the minutes to Taj Gibson, right? So you had the preferential treatment from Tom Thibodeau, and now you're also saying he's a con artist, and that you wish that we never.
Hold on, say that. I didn't hear you say that.
So you said that we had 2 wing players in the Milwaukee Bucks game, and he preferred to give the minutes to Taj Gibson, and then you followed through, and you said you wish that we never signed Tom Thibodeau, and that he's a con artist. He's a con artist with this whole in this team. So my whole thing is, I had to repeat myself. I lost my question. What's giving you? Why is he a con artist, and why is he this person to you? Like,
because he lied. Tom Thibodeau lied.
What did he lie about?
He flat out lied. He came on the.
What did he lie?
Oh, I've learned. I've changed my ways. You know, I'm not gonna do the same old things I used to do. I've really adapted to modern basketball and everything. And I spend time with this team and this team and this team, learning their systems. And I don't do things a lot different now. And it was really refreshing being away from the game. He's looking for me. And he comes back and he does the same shit he's always been doing.
Because the talent around him, the way he coaches, right?
Jesus
Christ. He coaches in a way where he could be able to hide deficiencies from the players he have on the roster. Things that they don't do well, he's able to hide it and able to get the most out of the team. As a team, that's what the Knicks are 500 right now. Because other than that, if he would just run the systems they ran in Golden State right now, they don't have they don't have shooters. They will get their asses kicked every night. If he tried to run a system that they run in Portland, he will get their asses kicked. It's not. He knows now what he wants to do. What the next step is. This is 1 year, one off season. Let the guy get the guy.
That's a really dumb
No, it's
take.
dumb of you to say that he lied.
Because you sit here and you
he
say,
picked coach's brains. He picked coach's brains and said, you know what, I learned what I need to do.
I've always coached. The same system I've always ran. Let me repeat it. I'm going to run the same system I've always ran because the talent is not good here. No, I'm not going to try anything new. Anything new.
When I get the talent, I'll try new. Right?
Exactly.
Why do you got to have a talent to try something new?
Because it won't work.
Sense does that make?
It won't work. That's why.
His system work.
Because they're 500 with the same freaking roster they had last year.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense. Can't you see the record? Can you see the team? Do you see it? Do you see the team? Do you see the team? Do you see the team?
Tom Thibodeau has his system, and he put the players in it. He didn't take the players and put them in the system.
Do you see the team?
He put a system. He had a system he already ran.
Hey, look, this
Listen
is
to the words that I'm saying. Tom Thibodeau had a system that he already used. So instead of adapting that system to the players that he had, he took the players and put him in his system.
Okay, Kev, that's the way you look at it. Now look at it.
That's the way I look at it. That's the way it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
All right, now this is the flip side of the coin. I took a team that last year was last in defense. If I get them first in defense, it's going to equal more wins. Let me concentrate what I know that they can probably do because it takes effort first. And then I'll look at what the offensive side of the ball looks like.
Right.
This defense is going to get me first. So he took a last place defensive team and he made them first place. And instead of winning 20 games, he got them on the verge of winning 35 games. So it's a 15-game upswing on what he done. So Kev, no matter what you say and what you don't like, you cannot argue victory. You can't.
The numbers don't lie.
This is the thing that Knicks fans fail to realize.
It's not about Knicks fans. It's not about Knicks fans.
It is Knicks fans because Knicks fans, and I hate to say this, Knicks fans in totality, they're the weird opposite, but yet the exact same spectrum of Cowboy fans. They have a sense of delusion. Like Cowboy fans, no offense, Rob, Cowboy fans think they're going to win the Super Bowl every year. They literally go into the season thinking that their team is the ish, and they are Super Bowl contenders every year, right? That's almost every Cowboy fan I know is like that. Knicks fans have been so beaten down, just beaten down year after year after year, that as soon as something, just a little spark of something different comes, you just think you just shat gold, right? Like, this is that 24-24 is the top of the mountain. Hooray. Let's throw a parade.
Who said that?
That's
Nobody
not what we're
said
saying.
that. We're just saying that this team is doing well. I mean, you got to adapt to the players you have. We're limited. It's working.
Let Uncle Freezy talk.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Uncle Freezy, go eat. Go eat.
No, y'all good. I'm listening, man. I like what Spree was saying.
Okay, Kev, listen to it like this here. Just say, for instance, you planted a flower and you pour it, and you keep pouring water on it, and you keep on pouring water on it, and it never grows. So you get frustrated and frustrated. And then one day you shake the dirt, you move it around, you water it, and then it just starts to grow a little bit. Are you happy that now you're finally getting growth? That's all we're smiling about with this Knicks team. We're seeing growth as before we didn't see growth. Now, the way that we're seeing growth on the defensive side of the ball. So we're accepting that. We're not happy, joy. This is championship basketball we're seeing, but we're seeing some players develop, young players. You may not like the players that's developing in this system, but players are developing. And as the roster moves around, these old guys.
Who's developing exactly? I would like to know.
RJ's developed.
RJ's developing.
Randle's developed.
RJ is in his second year, right? So RJ was naturally just going to get better anyways, right?
Randle's developing.
Was RJ going to get better anyways?
Yeah, but he's getting
That's not true. Because look at Kevin Knox. He's in his third. He hasn't got better.
To cut y'all off. Don't make it easy for Kev to cut y'all off. Don't give him RJ first. You can give him growth from quickly.
That's what I said, quickly.
How is that growth from quickly? We haven't seen quickly before. How is that growth?
No. From game one.
Yeah, from game one.
Game 40.
So not getting any minutes.
I even think before Mitch is in.
You can't use quickly and say growth because we had no idea what quickly was going to be before this. That's not growth.
He was better. He's better now than he was.
You cannot use quickly as an example because we did not know what quickly was going to be before. This is the sample size from quickly.
Can I chime in?
What it is.
I
can't use quickly as
before
growth.
Mitch's injury, I thought Mitch was developing nicely.
Mitch didn't do anything different.
He stayed on the court.
Mitchell Robinson did not do anything.
He stayed on the court.
Listen, the best ability is availability.
What did you see different from Mitchell Robinson?
He wasn't
No, it's the same. It's the same Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson has not grown since his rookie season. He has not learned anything new. No, he didn't. He just learned not to do stupid stuff.
That's part of it.
If you took us,
that's part of it.
Mitch has reduced the stupid stuff. That is true. That is not a do argument. That's correct.
What? Okay. Besides not doing
you
dumb
need Tibbs
fouls.
to be your coach.
No, listen. Besides not doing dumb fouls, just not doing dumb fouls. Think about that. What have you seen different from Mitchell Robinson?
That's part of it. That's it.
Name something else.
His defense.
That's it.
His defense.
What do you mean his defense? His defense is the same.
No, it's not.
Name
It was better.
tangible.
I thought it was better.
Not fouling guys at the 3-point line is frequent. Not fouling guys. Not jumping, leaving his feet.
Not committing dumb fouls. What have you seen different? What has
his rotations on defense have been better.
To his game?
That is enough, though. Hold on, guys.
No,
one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Has not added anything new.
One at a time.
But that is enough. Not following is smart, and he was fouling. He was following a lot. He was very
Again, he's not fouling as much.
But
what
who
else has he added to his game?
But that is growth. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Let me talk. Let me talk to him. And that's why I think you're not presenting. You don't have a good take. That's not a good take you're giving. You can scream louder all you want, but that's not a good take you're saying. Following.
Mitchell Robinson has not added one iota different.
Nothing different. But did he grow? But did he grow?
All Mitchell Robinson does, he blocks some shots, he catches lobs, he rebounds.
Yes,
that's what he was doing in his
first year.
That's what he was doing in his first year.
No, he wasn't. He was not on the floor. But no, Rob, let me talk to him. He was not on the floor, and he used to foul very much, and especially compared to his draft class, he used to foul. So I don't think you have a good take. You're not having a good take. You're just screaming louder and louder, and you're not counting.
Your take is you people just don't understand what growth is.
You don't understand.
Mitch was
Mitchell
not.
Robinson.
So you tell me.
Has
hold on one second.
done anything different.
Hoodie Cap, I had to fight with Mitchell Robinson just to get in the right spot on defense. This year he has been more consistent with his mind. That is development. It's not just about numbers.
You know that's not development because you have no idea what's in Mitchell Robinson's mind. So you can't say that.
Well, if Tibbs is saying
unless your name is Charles Xavier,
Tibbs is saying it in the
you have no idea what's in his mind.
Tibbs is saying it. Tibbs is the one that matters. He's the one that's saying about what Mitch is doing in film study. And I listen to what Tibbs is saying. If Tibbs is saying Mitch is practicing well, Mitch is staying on the floor, Mitch is doing extra
one
work.
more time, I swear to God, I'm going to lose it.
Practice
I hear
matters.
someone mention practice again. I'm going to lose it because what you're doing, practice does not matter.
Yes,
it does.
You can be the greatest practice player in the world.
That's
but
it. Yes, it does.
Translating to what you do on the court when the whistle blows, when the actual shot clock goes on, if you're still out there doing boneheaded mistakes, game after game after game after game after game,
practice matters.
What you do in practice does not matter.
RJ, listen, practice matters. You know why? Because RJ shooting 1,000 threes a day in the offseason and shooting 1,000 free throws got him at over 70% free throw shooter. Got him at almost 40% 3-point shooter. So listen, practice matters.
Practice. The
now practice matters.
Especially with a young team.
In practice will go and shoot a bunch of free throws means what to me in practice?
When you have a bunch of young guys that have never played before, practice matters. Learning winning concepts in practice will make you play better in games. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a lot, haven't we?
But Tibbs,
we've seen a lot of winning concepts translate.
Yes, we have.
We have. This team's 24 and 24.
Did that translate last night? Did those winning tendencies translate last night?
Not last night, but for the most. But I don't just factor in one game. I look at the overall.
72
yes, you do. Yes,
I look at the overall body of work.
Don't you sit here and tell those lies.
I look at the overall body of work.
Don't you sit here and tell those lies,
What do you mean?
Because I swear to God, I sat here on this same channel with you. He said, "Oh, Alec Burks had a good game tonight," and I keep saying, "Look at the body of work." You're like, "Oh no, if he plays good, that's this game." So don't you sit here and tell me those lies. Don't you sit here and lie
different.
and
It's
say,
different.
No, it's not different. It is. Because if it's one player, it is all the same. It's all the same. Don't sit here and use it. Then change the goalpost. Don't change the goalpost.
Hold on. Let me explain why.
Arguments.
Let me explain why it's different. You can disagree, but let me explain why. Just hear me out for 1 second. My point is, when you look at, I'm looking at the big picture when I'm talking about the whole team practicing. When I look at a specific player, of course, we can all use examples of games. Yes, I did it to bolster my argument. I'm just playing lawyer with you. My whole point is this, my man. Hoodie Cap, I love your passion. I just think it's in the wrong place with this one. Practice does matter. Mitch had a lot of – we can go through the roster. I want to name more people. We'll get to that. But you can't tell me that you haven't seen growth from Mitch by just staying on the damn court.
And not following.
We're not saying that he's made an astronomical leap into all-star. We just saying that a part of his game has developed. And if every year one or two parts of his games develop, or any of their games develop at 22, 21, 20, 19, that is growth.
More minutes on the floor, more defense, less fouls. That's a step forward.
Why do y'all make it seem like Mr. Robinson's playing like 10, 15 minutes more than he's ever did?
If Mitch played yesterday, we would have won that game.
Does it?
Y'all make it no. Because I can he's on the court more. Why are y'all saying like Mitchell Robinson is playing like 10 more minutes or something?
I got a question. Does Tom Thibodeau saying that Mitchell Robinson is the defensive anchor for this team, does that hold any weight to you, or is that just all talk?
It doesn't. It doesn't hold weight to him.
A defensive anchor?
The team's defensive anchor.
He doesn't care about what Tibbs says. He's already said that.
You don't know. Kev doesn't care about defense.
Anyway. Kev also doesn't care about what Tibbs said.
That's probably what it is.
Because he called him a con artist. He doesn't believe in what Tibbs is saying. He thinks
that's what it is.
Hey, look, I'll let y'all eat for a minute.
That's a good point, Rob. Go ahead.
All right, now look. You got to know where Kev is coming from. Kev only comes from the offensive side of the ball. When you mention defense to Kev is totally quiet. Kev thinks that defense really doesn't count. Check out his ways. He's always been like that. Kev ain't just footed. So he doesn't see development from a defensive side of the ball because he doesn't respect defense.
Mm-hmm.
He never talks defense. It's always, that's why a player like the player that he can like because he doesn't care about defense.
That's a good point.
If you're offense, and there's a lot of offensive-minded fans out there. You got some fans out there that say, "Oh, I want my center to score 20 points and 20 rebounds," but then they forget that when we had Anders Cancer, we got him out of town because he didn't play defense. So, but you got certain players who respect the offense more than defense. Kev is one of them. So when we talk about Mitch's growth and it's coming on the defense side, Kev is going to belittle it because he doesn't care about defense. That's all I had to say.
I don't care about defense because it's 2021 when teams are scoring 120 points a game, and we talking about defense.
And you know how the Lakers won the championship? With defense.
Okay, it's not 1995. We ain't running Charles Oakley, Anthony Mason, and Xavier McDaniel on the court.
Name me a champion. Name me a champion.
Lakers won the championship with defense.
Name me a championship team that hasn't been top 10 in defense. I'll wait.
Yeah. Tell me.
I can name you a championship team that's been top 10 in offense.
Okay, but name me a team
that's not. We're not asking you that.
I'm asking you. Name me a team.
Can somebody score some?
Can somebody admit that Rob was right? Rob right on the head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we know that Kev only likes offense. We know that.
And Kev came right in and proved that Rob was right. Hey, good job, Rob.
I never said he was wrong. I agree. I don't care about putting all the emphasis on defense.
So let's stop talking about Mitchell Robinson.
I think you can be.
Stop talking about Mitchell Robinson.
A mediocre. You can be a middle of the pack defense and be 24 and 24.
As long as you don't talk about Mitchell Robinson.
Are we about to win a championship this year?
So
number one defense in the league.
So do not evaluate Mitchell.
Hold on.
Do not talk about Mitchell Robinson because you're not qualified.
Rob just said you don't win championships if you that. So are we championship contenders with the best defense in the league?
Are
we championship contenders?
We're trying to build championship DNA.
No. Answer my question because people always want me to answer their questions.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Huh?
So what's the point?
What's the point? I don't know.
What you say? I didn't hear what you say, Rob?
He said no, but what's the point?
I said no. What's the point?
Then why does it matter if we're the number one defense or not?
It matters.
Why does it matter?
Oh my gosh!
Last year we was last in defense and we won 22 games for the whole season. So now we.
So it's either hold on. So it's either first or last. There's no in between.
You need a combination of both. Really.
Absolutely.
So like I just asked, there's no. So you just said we're first and we're 24 and 24, and last year we were last in defense and we won 22 games. So I'm asking if there was a middle ground somewhere in between that. I still think we'd be okay because what you do is instead of these games where we have scored under 100 points like 18 times.
That's incorrect.
Listen, Kev, hold on real quick. If the Knicks were 15th in defense this year, we'd be 8 games under 500.
I think worse.
We'd be more than that.
I guarantee if we were 15th in defense, we'd be a better offensive team, so it probably would still.
No, we would not.
We need to make a trade.
No,
in order to be better offense,
we literally use our defense to create offense.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No.
Oh my God.
The phrase using your defense to turn into offense is getting turnovers that create offense.
Yeah.
We don't do that. We don't create turnovers. No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
When the hell do we create turnovers and go fast breaks to create offensive opportunities?
Your boy
when
Reggie.
Does that happen?
Your boy Reggie Bullock.
Reggie Bullock, what? What about Reggie Bullock? What does he do?
He gets steals.
He gets steals.
Yeah.
No, he probably gets less than 1 steal a game.
Okay, somebody look that up. Does he get more than 1 steal a game? Average a game. Somebody look that up.
I'll do it right now. What?
He's got to be close to 1, maybe 0.8, 0.9.
Wow, now he's close to.
I don't know. I haven't looked it up. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, man. The notion that our defense doesn't
he's at 0.8 steals a game.
Okay, let me ask you this: the notion.
You literally just tried
That's not terrible.
Create a point, and then it backfired in your face, and now you want to move on to save face.
0.8 is not terrible. 0.8 is not terrible. That's close to
but
1.
You were alluding to Reggie Bullock create steals to create offensive opportunities.
Okay, what about Julius Randle?
Julius Randle doesn't get steals.
I've seen him get steals.
I said everyone gets steals. That doesn't mean
RJ gets steals.
RJ gets steals. How many steals does RJ average a game?
This is
my whole point. This is not even about that. My whole point is your notion that our offense, your argument.
So RJ gets 0.7 steals a game.
Okay, Hoodie Kev, your argument though.
Let me tell Julius Randle, just because y'all brought up Julius Randle. See, he gets a lot of steals. I guess he's a league leader in steals too. He gets 0.9 in steals.
Hoodie Kev, okay, congratulations. You were right on the numbers and we were wrong. Your argument though. Yeah,
they don't care about anything. They just want to be right.
Couple things. Your argument though that if we were 15th in defense, that our offense would be better is false. Our defense. When we play good defense, we are not a good offensive team. But when we play great defense, it inspires them to get better looks on offense, even when we're not running. So that's false. Second of all, why does it matter?
Run.
Why does it matter that we're a good defensive team? Yes, we're not a championship team, but we're building championship habits on the defensive end. There is not one team that's won an NBA Finals in the last 20 years. Somebody prove me wrong that hasn't been top 10 in defense. So don't say that doesn't matter.
Even if they're top 10 in offense. I mean, we're not discrediting that offense matters. What we're saying is the talent on this team doesn't allow them to go full out and you want him to go and he sat down and he was with Steve Kerr and watched the Warriors practice and he was taking notes. You can't do that.
I got a question though.
Hold on. Let me say one thing to really discredit everything y'all just said. Someone said we had the same team from last year. It's almost the same team from last year. Look what we're doing now. But the point is we were last in defense. So Tom Thibodeau came in and took the same players and turned them into a good defensive team.
Yes.
So why on God's green earth can he not take the same players and make them a good offensive team?
The same reason we just said.
Because we were last. We were last.
Let me get him.
Obviously, last year they weren't good defensive players.
Because they're not going to turn over the roster, Kev. They're not going to turn over the roster in 1 year.
Kev, you just destroyed your whole argument with this here.
How?
Last year, look, I'm getting ready to tell you. Last year, the Knicks wasn't last in offense. They was middle of the pack. And they only won 22 games, but they were still last in defense. Now they first in defense, done one more game. So they tried the offensive way. Tisdale was offense, no wins. Miller was offense with a little bit of defense, no wins. Thibodeau took control of the defense. We got more wins. So we're going to start there. That's the starting point. So we didn't start with the offense. We started with
Tom Thibodeau, regardless of whether how I feel about Tom Thibodeau, he's still a better coach than David Miller, than David Fizdale and
Jeff Hornacek.
No, not
but look, they was the one.
Derek Fisher.
No, from last year.
Hey, look,
Mike Miller.
Yes, Mike Miller. I couldn't think.
Why do you think that the team got bad habits on defense? Because of those two coaches. Once you concentrated on one area of the basketball in its first season, yeah, you don't like the growing pains, Kev. I understand, but you got to also understand this. It equals more wins for right now. Now, see what he's doing season 2. See what he's doing season 3. You already got your flag posted and you put your basketball court and submit. Now you can't pull it up. But this is season 1, and you got to say there was a turnaround if you don't say anything else. Yes, you don't like it because it started on defense. Well, that's your own personal beef, Kev. But as a team aspect, it still helped the team for right now. Now, as we go down the line, if it stays that way, then we'll see as the team grows. But he picked. You only got 2 sides of the tail of a coin, heads or tails. He picked heads, and he started with the defense. And the defense is equaling wins right now. So let's stay with that for right now. Now, next year's another season, another growth, and then let's see where we go with it. But right now, he's establishing a defensive identity.
Exactly.
And yes, the lead is on offense, but at some point in the game,
you gotta get a stop.
Defense. So if he's putting that in his players' minds now, and then he open them up on offense when he gets some better offensive players to go along with the offensive players that he has now, you might see what you wanted, and you might see what he's been talking about, but he just can't implement it in year one because he picked his calling card, which is defense, because he watched the tapes and seen that they didn't play defense at all. And he said, if I can get them settled in on the defense, the offense is going to come down the line. So, look, get a man a chance, Kev. Get a man a chance.
What I needed to see from Tom Thibodeau.
Well, I haven't seen Kev. I still haven't seen any reason why to strongly dislike Tom Thibodeau from you. I don't see it. I don't see any valid reason why to dislike the team.
Because he don't see the offense moving, and that's all Kev cares about. He already let you know that if the offense is not moving, that's all Kev cares about is the offense. He don't care nothing about defense. So the whole totality of the game, Kev doesn't care about. He cares about one side of the ball. He used to shoot threes in high school. He probably didn't play no defense. So now he thinks that he's going to win. We're going to if the offense is running fluidly and we losing games, that's growth to Kev because he's saying what he want to say. We losing every game.
What I don't understand, Rob, what I don't understand is with the roster we have, as limited as we are offensively, I don't understand. To me, I would think most people would be praising, saying, "Wow, the fact that we have such a small margin for error and we're able to still compete every night with this team because of the defense." To me, is what stands out to me. I don't know what's going on here.
Kev is more interested in the style of play. Then
Kev isn't interested in being a Knicks fan because he only cares about offense. We're trying to win, man, by any means necessary.
You're not going to win this way. This type of style is not sustainable.
Well, it doesn't have to be, but look, it's a calling card for the.
It does, it gives them time to develop offensively and get wins in a defensive manner. You win games on defense, and then as you grow, your offense comes, and you can balance it out then. When you get those kind of players on your roster, those two-way guys who can score and who can play defense. But right now, they're winning games defensively and hitting timely shots. And as their team grows and they get the players they want to get on this roster for the next couple of years, you'll see them be able to get the two-way players like they got in Jimmy Butler when he was in Miami. I mean, in Chicago, like they got with Jimmy Butler when he was in Minnesota with him. That's what they need to do. You just got to give it time.
I don't need time because Tom Thibodeau is not going to change who he is. This is adding fuel to Tom Thibodeau.
Hold on. Does he need to change? The question is, Kev, does Tom Thibodeau need to change?
Yes, he does.
Why is that?
I literally just said that this type of style of play is not sustainable. I think most people agree with that.
What do you mean by sustainable? Winning a championship, or what is your
in a league driven by offense?
Okay.
Regular season offense. Regular season.
I'm pretty sure you still got to score a lot of points in the playoffs. Last time I looked.
What do you mean by sustainable? What are we talking? Define sustainable.
Not true.
Again, in a league where teams are scoring 120, 130 regularly, we barely score 100.
And they don't score 120 on us.
I've seen plenty of people score 120 points on us.
And you know what? And we scored 130 and 136, and we scored 120. So what does that mean?
So how often do teams score way more on us than we can score at 120 points?
That's not true.
I can look back at all of them and point out multiple times the teams that score more than 120 on us.
That's because most of the other teams have more offensive talent.
Kev, you don't got more than 3 games. You don't even got a handful of games that somebody score 120 on the Knicks. You don't even got 5 games. You got about 3 at the max.
Kev, I have yet to hear somebody say. I have yet to listen to somebody say that Tom Thibodeau needs to change this season. I haven't heard. You're the first one from what I could remember right now that is talking about. I don't like Tom Thibodeau because he can't change and he needs to change.
Hoodie Kev, where do you rank the Knicks' offensive talent compared to the league?
What do you mean compared to?
I'm talking about the roster on our roster. Where do you compare the offensive talent that Tibbs has to work with compared to every other roster in the league? Where do you rank the Knicks?
I mean, unless every other roster is a bunch of super teams and
Hey,
probably
Kev,
the same.
Hoodie Kev, don't answer that question. It's a trap question. Spree is about to set you up
So,
for kill.
Kev,
Don't put
real
that
quick,
head
Uncle
on the
Freezy.
top. Hold on.
Real quick,
People
Uncle
couldn't
Freezy.
kill
Hold
me.
on, Kev.
People
Hold
couldn't
on,
kill me
Kev.
if they had a gun to my head and
Hold on, Kev.
the trigger was cocked back.
The Knicks have.
All I want to do is just say a couple things, y'all. Yo, Spree just set this dude up for the finishing move, right? And Hoodie Kev can't recognize it, right? I'm gonna bring the dude back, but I just want to say, Hoodie Kev, don't answer this question. He asked Hoodie Kev. He. Okay. Oh well, y'all go ahead and keep. I won't talk. Y'all go ahead and keep.
What was the question?
Let Freezy eat.
Listen, the Knicks have gotten scored. A team has scored this year on the Knicks 120 or more 4 times. We've scored on teams 120 or more 5 times. Don't give me that crap, bro.
Yeah, look that up. Who are these 5 teams?
Only 4 teams. Only 4 teams have scored 120 or more on us.
Who did we score 120 points on? Oh, what are you saying, Freezy?
So chat, y'all see how I tried to jump in and intervene to stop people from screaming at each other, right? And they won't even stop talking for a few minutes to listen to Uncle Freezy. So I'm gonna just go ahead and let them rock. Hey, go ahead, Cap.
No, I want to hear you. Come on, man. Let Freezy eat.
I wasn't saying that. Eric said something, and I asked him a question to it. And that was
Go ahead, Uncle.
All right, we scored. The Pacers scored on us 121. We scored 130.
I said, who did we score 120 points on? Now, who scored?
All right, we scored 130 on the Bucks. Okay, we scored.
It's the first game.
Boston, one of them, right? Or we just beat them by 30.
The first game.
Hoodie Cap,
we scored 121 on the Rockets. We scored 123 on the Hawks. That's 3 right there. We scored 140 on the Kings. That's 4. Okay. We scored 131 on the Wizards. That's 5. And only 4 teams have scored more than 120 on us all year long.
So.
Okay, now you're gonna backtrack.
Hoodie Cap, where do you rank the Knicks' offensive talent compared to the league? Give it a number.
I don't
as far
know
as offensive talent,
quantifiable thing.
I want just you can approximate. If you could say maybe around top 5, where do you think this the roster offensively that Tibbs has to work with? What would you rank it?
Here's the thing about that. It's not the fact that a collective group of people. I think. Here's the thing: if LeBron James was on any team, they would be a top offense in the league. Like if you took LeBron James from the Lakers and put him on the Knicks team, this Knicks team would be one of the best offensive teams in the league. If you took LeBron James and you put him on, I can't even say one of the teams like the Timberwolves, they'd be one of the best offensive teams in the league.
Okay.
If you took Steph Curry off the Golden State and you put him on another team, they'd be one of the best offensive teams in the league.
Hoodie Caps, I just want a number.
I don't think that's quantifiable because it's a lot that goes into that.
Can you just give me like an approximation, please, before I go to bed?
Have said that's not quantifiable.
But I'm asking you just for me. We've had a good relationship here, and I really want to know what your answer is. I may be surprised.
There's not an answer. I don't know how to answer that because my belief is a team can be better if you add something else to it.
No, I'm not talking about adding something to it. I'm talking about
Chris Paul no.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about adding somebody. I'm talking about what is currently on this Knicks roster, not adding anybody. We can play that game later.
But where do you rank it? It's also the fact, like I said, it's also the fact of team style of play that's a big component also.
Okay. Well, the answer is it's a bottom 5 offense, talent-wise.
Why is it a bottom 5?
Because Julius Randle and RJ Barrett are our 2 best players. What are we talking about here? You're sitting here criticizing this offense.
The head coach has put them in that position.
No. You're not going to play that game with me. But this is Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Let me ask you this one question. If you took this exact same team and you put Mike D'Antoni as the head coach, will we still be a bottom 5 offense?
I think so.
Yes.
No. Let me stop offensively. But we
got a line to y'all teeth.
I think so.
We have way less wins.
We don't have the personnel to run D'Antoni. So
exactly.
I think it's gonna look bad.
No. Hey, look at it. Let me tell you this right now.
It can look bad all day, but we still wouldn't be a bottom 5 offense. I guarantee that if Mike D'Antoni was the head coach.
And let me tell you why he's right. Because you're going to be putting up more shots per game. So therefore, you're going to have a better offense. But now the key question is this: will it equal to more wins?
No.
Way.
That wasn't a question, though. He was talking about offense in general. And I said if Mike D'Antoni was the head coach, we'd have a better offense.
We'd be close to bottom 5.
Two people just lied and said that Mike D'Antoni one of the best offensive minds in basketball history.
It doesn't matter.
When did I say that?
You did. You said, no, I don't think we'd be better. You did. You literally said that. You want to rewind the tape? Rewind the tape back a minute. And
I said that he's one of the best offensive minds in basketball?
No. You said he wouldn't have this team not be a bottom 5 offense.
I don't think he would. Think he would.
Yes, Mike D'Antoni is one of the greatest offensive minds in the game.
I don't think he would matter.
Where would Mike D'Antoni, in your opinion, have this offense? I want to hear this.
We wouldn't be bottom 5.
Okay, where would it be? I want to hear it.
It wouldn't be bottom 5. I guarantee that.
Hey, Kate, let me answer that question for you. Let me ask. Hey, Spreewell, this is the reason why. If you're going to run an offense when the ball is 7 seconds or less before you put it up, you get more shots at the basket.
I understand that.
Okay, so that's the type of offense that D'Antoni runs. That's what the ball is always going up. So if you're getting more shots at the basket, it's going to increase your offense. So more shots at the basket for anybody. That's why Jeremy Lin became so horrific in New York. It was more shots at the basket. The offense was up and down. Everybody was eating. But
do you guys remember?
Wait.
Let him finish.
Okay, so now when you get, that's why they had to install Mike Woodson as the defensive coach in order for it to work. Because the year before it didn't work. When they got Mike Woodson and he was the defensive coach before they fired D'Antoni, that's when the Knicks was coming off. And then
he quit. Mike D'Antoni quit.
Yeah, he was
getting fired anyway.
He's going to get fired anyway.
Hell yeah.
But at the end of the day, that's what made it work. The offense was clicking. But they wasn't winning no games. Look at the 2010 season.
I agree.
And you see that the Knicks was not winning games until D'Antoni found somebody to orchestrate the defense. That was one more step before they fired him.
Rob.
They put Woodson in 2012. We made it to the second round of the playoffs. They slowed the ball down, but defense got them there. And then they lost. And then what made it crazy was then they lost because of defense, because Roy Hubbard caught on Melo.
I remember.
Rob, what I'm going to say to backlash to Mike D'Antoni, if Mike D'Antoni was our coach right now, we would be better offensively, is what would just happen is we have more shots per game, but we would be missing a lot. But we would be missing more shots too. Because this team don't got that.
No, at the end of the day, they all NBA players, and I think that's why Burt when Burt was on the other team and Burlock was on the other team, they were shooting something like 43, 44% from the field. But when you lessen your shot attempts to the basket because you slow down the games, your field goal percentage drop. It's not that they're bad shooters, but they don't get as many shots. So now the shots that you do get, it's not like you can miss 5 in a row before you have to think about the game. In D'Antoni's system, you miss 3 shots in a row. It's nothing because the ball is clicking every 7 seconds and you find a rhythm. These are NBA players at the end. Now, the defense going to be last, but the offense may be middle grade.
My
equals more wins.
I agree.
But what I'm saying is they had that talent.
Eric,
around.
Let me just say one thing. Let me just say one thing in response to that. Okay, so what? We'll be a little better offensively. Wonderful. It doesn't matter. My point is that, and first of all, I think that style of play is not suited to the personnel. I think Tibbs is playing to the personnel of the team, first of all. But even so, if D'Antoni, we'd score some more points and the ranking would look a little better. That doesn't, to Rob's point, we're winning games. We're winning games. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. And the reality of the situation is whoever you have as your coach, the talent on our personnel-wise on this offense is bottom tier of the league, bottom third of the league. You want to say 20 to 30 range? That's the period. We can go through every roster, Hoodie Kev. So let's not make it look like Tibbs has so much offensive talent on this team.
Hey, let me ask you a question. So, hold on. Please, let me.
I know. I ain't holding on nothing. You bugging him. Talk about hold on. You crazy.
God, I was about to kill Spree Will.
No, you wasn't.
You just saved his life.
No,
you just saved him.
So here's the point that I was going to get, right? So first of all, Hoodie Kev owes Spree a gift basket because Spree legit had Hoodie Kev on the chopping block about to chop Hoodie Kev head off. The only reason why I jumped in is because I didn't want Hoodie Kev to get mad and leave in the middle of the show, right? Because Spree legit asked him a question that baffled Hoodie Kev and discredited all the points he made all night long, right? And then what happened is instead of Spree, and Spree, thank you, man, for being so gracious. Instead of Spree going in for the kill, he allowed Hoodie Kev to get his head off the chopping block with a distraction, right? So his distraction is, what if Mike D'Antoni was the coach? And instead of everybody realizing that was a diversion, so Hoodie Kev can make the great escape, everybody jumped on the Mike D'Antoni thing as opposed to what Spree asked him, because Spree legit put his head on the block and was like, if your point is right, then you'll survive. But if your point is whack, then your whole argument will die. And Hoodie Kev knew that, right? So what he did was offered up a distraction so that he can get his head off the chair. Hey, Spree, you did a good job, man. But I will tell you this, though. In these arguments with Hoodie Kev, you need to have more of a killer instinct. You must do debating for a living or something. because that one question encapsulated it incorporated everything that we talked about tonight, and it put focus on one specific thing, and nobody here had an answer for it, and it solved the argument. But tonight, Hoodie Kev did the great escape by getting off the chopping block. Right. So I'm saying Hoodie Kev owes you a gift basket or a bouquet or a steak or something. Because
hey man, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get on the debate rotation. That was all that was about, man. I was trying to get on the list.
Really, because I'm not taking no prisoners. When I got the gun cocked, I'm about to pull the trigger.
Yeah, if I got the gun, I pull it.
Freezy said, "Put the gun down," and I was like, "Oh, put the gun down."
Hey, look, check this out, kid. You was decapitated a long time before.
Yeah.
I really wasn't. I really wasn't.
You were gone.
Literally, right?
Oh, Freezy,
appreciate that, Unc. You know what's up, Unc. I appreciate you.
Hey, look, when I exposed you not liking defense, you was done then. That killed every argument you can come up with the Knicks, because you don't care about winning. You don't care about defense. All you care about is scoring.
No,
Rob, he was done. Listen, Rob, he was done before that when he started saying Stan Van Gundy that New Orleans wouldn't be better, the players in New York with Tibbs. He was done already. He's been done since he started the show today.
Let me make some points here to shut y'all down, because I guess y'all feeling yourselves, right? One, Stan Van Gundy is a better coach.
No,
Two, I never disagree with you and said that I don't really care that much about offense. But there's one thing you won't sit here and say is that I don't care about winning. I care about winning more than anyone else. I care about winning.
Obviously not.
I care about winning to the point where I don't make excuses like everyone else does for losses.
No, you.
Third, hold on, Rob. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Lastly, before everyone gets all confident and think that they did something which nobody has, the fact that Spree asked me a question that I didn't think was quantifiable in the first place, that's not me trying to dodge it if I didn't think that it was a quantifiable question. Because I believe you can take bottom tier talent and turn them into top 5 talent. Mike D'Antoni has done that.
Where?
Right here in New York.
Tell me. What?
Top 5.
Who?
Huh?
They're bottom 5. Who?
I didn't say top.
You said you did, and turn them into top 5. You said bottom 5 and then turn them into top 5. He's never done that.
I think he meant top level offense. I think he meant
and his offense in New York was never better than top 7, top 6. He was 6th or 7th. He never got in top 5.
So wait a minute. Is that a bad thing?
You said top 5.
I don't remember if it was 6 or 7.
I'm just using what you said.
Well, excuse me. Top tier. He can turn a bottom level talent into a top tier offense.
Can you tell me which team?
Almost every year he was here, we had a top offense. That was never an issue with Mike D'Antoni.
What rank? We was like top 10.
Yeah, we were 10. We were 10. Okay, for the 2 years.
So the offense was never an issue.
Yeah, but
Mike D'Antoni.
I think most of those rosters had more offensive talent than we had this year.
Exactly.
Who?
Amari Stoudemire, Carmelo Anthony.
No. See, this is where you're wrong, because Mike D'Antoni was the head coach of the New York Knicks the year before Amari Stoudemire came here. Yeah, look it up, Eric, because this is when he had David Lee, Wilson.
I'm not looking it up. I'm texting my wife.
Chris Duhon, Al Harrington, Jeffries.
Hold on,
I'm just going.
Let's look.
Nate Robinson, Eddie House, Sergio Rodriguez, Tony Douglas, Jonathan Bender, Jordan Hill. I don't remember Darko Milicic being on this team.
Wait, are you reading Mike D'Antoni's first year in New York?
Yes.
Read it again. Read it again for me.
David Lee, who led the team in scoring with 20 points a game. David Lee
was good. Good offensive player.
Oh, okay.
Very
Wilson
good.
Chandler.
Very good.
Very good. Wilson.
He was a very good offensive player.
I thought Wilson Chandler was good, but that's also the same. That's also the same year they got Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, no, that's the year before. So Danilo, a rookie Danilo Gallinari.
He was good too offensively.
I got a quick question for Kevin.
This is better talent already than what we have now.
No, because hold on. Are you trying to say that David Lee and Wilson Chandler are better than Julius Randle and RJ Barrett? Please tell me they are. Say they are, Spree.
I'm saying.
They are.
I'm saying.
No, because let me finish. Hold on, because before I said that,
I'm not dodging
those 3 players.
I'm not dodging.
This is already a better offense than they're naming.
I'm not dodging. I'm saying David Lee, Wilson Chandler, and Danilo Gallinari, based on where they were in their career, were more seasoned offensively than RJ Barrett coming into the year and Julius Randle.
And that team won. That team was 17th offensively, 17th in the league offensively with Mike D'Antoni. They had 29 wins. Yes, they were. They had 29 wins.
They were literally 10th in the league in offense. I don't know where you get 17 from, because there's points. They were 10th out of 30.
Quick question for you, Kev. Can I?
So I don't know what you're looking at.
They were 29 and 53. This wonderful team that he's talking about, this wonderful D'Antoni team.
Yeah,
they were 29. They were 29. They scored 102 points a game, and they were 29 and 53. But they were wonderful. I mean, there's no system I would rather run than a D'Antoni system. A D'Antoni system that had Harden,
This is about
I had Harden.
Offense. You just said your argument for this.
I had Eric Gordon.
Listen, stop talking. Your argument
is
you can't take
Chris Paul.
You can't take.
Had tons of shooters.
Bad
and couldn't win a championship.
And make them a top.
Had Steve Nash and Stoudemire.
This whole argument because Eric is making a fool of himself. The argument is you can't take bad offensive players.
Hold on.
And make them a good offense.
Putty Kev, all
Mike
three.
D'Antoni did that.
All three.
And you can't say that because Wilson Chandler has never in his career been mistaken as a good offensive player.
Putty Kev, all three of those players, Wilson Chandler, David Lee, and Danilo Gallinari, were more skilled offensively than RJ.
They're better than.
They're more
better
skilled
than everybody
offensively than
RJ. David Lee were more skilled.
Yes,
than
he was. No, I said RJ.
That's the only player.
David Lee. Is David Lee
That's the only player.
That's the only player. That's the only
so
player.
Wilson Chandler was more skilled
than RJ.
RJ. Really?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
I don't know how many people are going to.
Wilson Chandler was very skilled offensively. Do you remember?
Wilson Chandler was a good player for us.
Come on.
He probably didn't end his career that way, but he was a good player for
Wilson Chandler couldn't play offense here. Come on.
Quick question for Kev.
This guy wasn't a scrub.
So Wilson Chandler's career high is like 15 points.
Okay.
In a game?
No, season. His season high is 15.
No, it's not.
What?
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
so
it is.
It was more efficient than RJ's. More efficient.
Right. I'm looking at those numbers right here.
What did Wilson Chandler?
He's averaged 15 points 3 times.
What did he shoot from the field that year? What did he shoot?
He had 16.4 with the Knicks in 2011.
What did he shoot from the field and what did he shoot from 3? That year.
No, it's just the total came down to 15 because he went to Denver and averaged 12.
I'm asking a question. That season,
so for half a season, if you want to say for half a season, he averaged 16. Whoop-de-doo.
2016 in Denver, he scored almost 16 a game.
15.
0.7.
Not almost
15.3. 15.3.
Chandler can shoot.
15.
But
there's no but. 15.
He was a player who can score the ball.
15. We talking about a guy who's you act like Wilson Chandler scoring like 28 points a game or something.
What I'm saying is in a season where the Knicks were top 10 in the league in scoring, but scored only 102 points a game, 16 at that time is big.
This is no knock on RJ, but Wilson Chandler, yes, was more skilled offensively at that point of his career than RJ was coming into this season. That's my point. Wilson Chandler could offensively. I'm not talking defense. I'm just talking offensively. His skills, he could do everything on the court offensively. I think people are forgetting that, but that's okay.
This is a guy who literally just said every time he watches Alec Burks, he sees Michael Jordan.
I didn't say every time.
And
I said you misquoted me. You misquoted me.
That Wilson Chandler is as good of an offensive player as Kobe Bryant was.
You misquoted me. I said there's a minute or two in games where I look at him and I'm like, oh, he's playing like a Michael type role. I do appreciate that. Don't say every time. That's quoting me inaccurately. Now I will make this comment. Let me just say this about Wilson Chandler. Let me just say one more thing. This is no knock on RJ because he's shooting the ball better. Will RJ be a better player than Wilson Chandler? Of course. What I'm saying is that season that you quoted with David Lee and Wilson Chandler and Danilo Gallinari, they had more offensive firepower than this team. That's my only point.
More offensive firepower.
Period.
And the reality is the reason why this team is so bad rated offensively is because of the pace. Less shots. It's not because they can't score.
And I'd like to know what Wilson shot from the field
they take
and
less
from
shots.
3 that year. I'm pretty sure it was pretty high. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm pretty sure it was pretty high.
What year?
That year that Hoodie Kev said D'Antoni's first season, what did he shoot from the field and from 3? I'm curious.
Hold on. He shot 47% from
the field
goal. And you don't want to know what 3 is.
35% from 3.
Where do you see 35% from 3 at? I see 26%.
He shot 35% from 3 that 2010 year.
No, he shot 26.7, 267.
So where do you see that at?
Oh, 2009-10?
Huh?
2009-10?
Yeah, that's the season I'm talking about.
I'm talking about 2010-11.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the season.
Well, he scored. He did raise his percentage by 8 points the next year.
47% is good. His 3-point percentage, I'll admit, I'll accept. That's not good. That's not good. That is not good.
But I'll take the. He was almost 48%, 47.9.
He can play offensively.
I mean, come on.
The year after, he shot it better from 3. Maybe that's the year I'm thinking of.
And he only took 2 threes a game.
I just think D'Antoni, they had more players that suited what he'd like to do on offense. That's my point. That's all I'm trying to say here. This is not about comparing RJ to Chandler. I know that's what Hoodie Kev wants me to do because it gets into
That's what you're doing. That's not what I want you to do. You're doing it.
Hoodie Kev, I want to join you at Burger King so we can get a Happy Meal and talk about.
What's going on, Brad Johnson? How are you tonight? How's it going? Well, today, I guess it's like the daytime down in Australia. So, how are you today?
Hey, Kev, I got a quick question. So, when we were hiring for a coach, did you prefer Kenny Atkinson over Tom Thibodeau?
If you're asking me personally, I wanted Mark Jackson. That's who I wanted. And I don't think Mark Jackson even got an interview, but I felt Mark Jackson should have been a head coach years ago anyway. So
from the candidates available, from the candidates that the Knicks were leaning to,
the Jason Kidd, him.
Who are you leaning to? Tom Thibodeau, Kenny Atkinson,
Jason Kidd. It was those 3. They were the top. They were the last 3.
Ime Udoka.
But I'm talking about
the first guy they interviewed.
And never let him back in the building.
I mean, that's not. He asked me a question. I gave him my answer.
What about besides him from the? It looked like the Knicks were down to 3. At some point, it was Tom Thibodeau, Kenny Atkinson,
and Jason Kidd.
Out of those 3 candidates, who would be your coach? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I want to know that too.
I'll be honest, I want a Kidd.
And also, I should give Tibbs a medal for having Elfrid as a starting point guard.
Probably Kenny Atkinson.
Probably Kenny Atkinson. Okay.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting.
I don't know why.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see that Kenny Atkinson is a bad coach. I just think he does more developmentally than all those kids. I think comes with too much baggage for me.
Hoodie Kev, you know what I think you want? Have you ever watched the movie Little Giants?
Who hasn't seen Little Giants?
Okay. You remember the kid with the glasses and the little computer? I think you want Tibbs to hire that little kid to run the annexation of Puerto Rico just so we can be a better offensive team. I think that's what you're looking for here. I don't think you're going to be happy with Tibbs for as long as he's here. I really believe you're trying to go in the direction of analytics and the little kid that ran the annexation of Puerto Rico where he fumbled it out of his.
I don't really care that much about analytics.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Analytics. I hate analytics. I think analytics messes up sports. It literally cost a whole baseball team a World Series championship just last year. Analytics.
So who would be your ideal coach for this team?
Mark Jackson.
What? Mark Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Because Mark Jackson is going to be tough. He's not going to be soft. I think he embodies the Knicks. I think he's a really good X's and O's coach.
You think he's a better X's and O's coach than Tibbs?
I don't think Tibbs is that great of an I don't think Tibbs is that great of an X's and O's coach. No, I don't.
Okay, is Mark Jackson a better defensive coach than Tibbs?
I think he's a good defensive coach. Golden State was very Mark Jackson preached defense to that Golden State team. That was Mark Jackson who did that.
I don't disagree with that, but is he a better defensive coach?
Does he have to be a better defense? No, but I don't think we had to be number 1 in defense anyways.
Okay.
So is Mark Jackson better? He's still a defensive-oriented coach too.
Okay, you're making good points. Is Mark Jackson definitely a better offensive coach than Tibbs?
Yes.
Are you?
No
is
question.
Is your whole argument because of what you saw with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson? Is that your reasoning?
I mean, a little of it has to be. I mean, that's a pretty big factor, don't you think? And I know you're going to say, "Oh, we don't have Steph and Clay here." I know that's going to be an argument, but I can also counter that and say that, again, we didn't know what Steph and Clay were going to be before they became Steph and Clay.
So you think Mark Jackson?
But we knew they could shoot.
Do you think Mark Jackson made Steph Curry and Klay Thompson better offensive players?
Better offensive players,
or do you think Curry and Klay Thompson had it in them their whole careers, and it was
like I said,
wasn't
the thing. Sometimes a player is going to be who they're going to be. It just takes time for that player to get there, and you can say they just hadn't reached the apex of who they were going to be. They were young. We can sit here and today. I have no idea what R.J. Barrett is going to be in year 6. He could be the best player in the league, but we don't know right now. It's easy to talk in hindsight. It makes everyone look right. So,
I mean, I'll say this. This is the first thing where I actually do agree with some of your points. It's hard for me to admit that, but I will say this. I don't think Mark Jackson, I think he got a bad deal. I think there were some things he did wrong that he would take back. I think he is a decent offensive coach, so I'm not going to disagree. If you're going to say, if you think Mark Jackson is a better offensive coach than Tibbs, okay, I'll listen to that. But my whole point is Thibodeau is tough. Thibodeau is a great defensive coach. He's better than Jackson. And I'm just saying, look, I want to just see where it goes. Maybe you're right, Hoodie Kev. Maybe when we get more talent, maybe the offense won't change, and we'll be disappointed, and the game will slow down, and Tibbs won't adjust, and they won't shoot more threes, and they won't run more modern plays and get push up tempo. Maybe you're right, and we'll look back a year from now where I'll buy you Burger King because of it. But we're not at that point. Right now, we're trying to build championship habits with the roster we have. Once we get better talent, let's see. I think Thibodeau's earned the benefit of the doubt with what he's done. That's my whole point.
I stand by what you comment. I'm with you on that, Spree. Good point.
I just want to wait because nobody has given me anything, and I'm not saying I'm settling for 24 and 24. I get your point, Hoodie Kev, but you got to start somewhere, and you got to at least admit that we're doing some things, and that matters.
This is a good starting point for this team right now.
My issue is this, and it may not come across the right way. I may not be able to eloquently enough state it. It's just I don't see Tom Thibodeau changing because he hasn't changed. And you can say he hasn't changed because he's dealt the hand that he was. But sometimes when you go into a fresh situation, that is the perfect time for you to implement new things, to try new things. Instead of me saying, "Oh, let me just go back to what I know," because this is what's going to happen, right? This is what's going to happen. We're 24 and 24, and everyone is just so excited, and the papers love Tibbs, and everyone loves Tibbs, right? And it's going to give him more leeway not to change, because he's like, "Look, my way was working the way I was always doing it." And so that means he's not going to change because what he was doing was working just fine, and everyone liked it.
Okay.
So why would he change?
I want to hold on. Let me make a quick point. My whole thing is that I feel like
if you there, Eddie C wants the link.
Go ahead, got it, Moses.
Go. My whole thing is that sometimes I feel like you making long-term conversations versus living in the moment. Like you're talking next year conversation, next season, the following season after that, and the following season after that, and up to his 5th year. Because Tibbs signed a 5-year contract. If you want to debate his contract, okay, that's a good conversation. Hey, if you want to make a conversation, is Tibbs should be here for 5 years? I think that's a fair argument. But right now, is Tibbs good for this year so far? I think yes. Yeah. So my whole thing is like. And my whole thing is like, we're working with this year. We're living in the moment. We're present in the moment. We're seeing the defense. We're seeing the effort. And all you say is that Tibbs is a con artist. That's what we hear from you. oh, that the Knicks got lucky. The Knicks got a lot of good breaks. That's what we hear from you. And that Tibbs is a con artist, and that Tibbs is playing preferential treatment. And all you do is dismiss or diminish the team wins. All of them. That's what I think you attempt to do. So I feel like I don't know if it's Tibbs that's the bad guy or your opinions. It's a. Your opinions.
You do have some trash takes, but
I mean, so now you're coming at my opinions.
Your opinion of Tibbs. The opinion of Tibbs that Tibbs is playing is this guy who is a con artist who is playing preferential treatment is not holding any weight. Tibbs is looking to win. And so you haven't given me there hasn't been a take from you yet, even today, even in the past, that makes sense why Tibbs is a terrible coach and he's.
I'm going to say something because I'm going to try and say it as politely as I can.
Oh boy.
I don't go to sleep every night and wake up every morning and be like, man, how can I appease Raphael? How can I say something that's going to make Raphael happy? Those aren't my thoughts as I go throughout my day when I clock in at work.
Why?
When I drive home, like, man, I hope I say something that Raphael really likes.
Oh.
So excuse me if I say I don't care.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what else you want me to say to you.
All you do is just criticize the guy, and you don't have a valid take.
I literally come on here every day and give valid takes, but because they're not valid. No. Because they're not valid to you does not mean that they're valid.
I'm not talking about your other takes. I'm talking about your Tom Thibodeau takes.
I'll say this for the third time. Because they're not valid to you does not mean that they're not valid overall.
I mean, I'll listen to the conversation, Hoodie. I'll listen to what Hoodie Kev is saying down the line. But I agree with God of Moses. I'm living in the moment right now. I think you're making valid points. Is Thibodeau the right person down the line when we're good enough to get us over the hump and win a championship with his offense? Maybe that's something that's fair. I think that's a fair argument we can have. But I can't assess that right now because I have to give the man the benefit of the doubt and live in the moment right now. You're already waiting to saying I'm not willing to wait. I think Thibodeau's not going to change, and I'm not going to be happy for the rest of my time watching this team, and that's okay. I'm just saying you're making fair points, Hoodie Kev, but I'm not there with you yet because you're looking down the line, and we don't have the talent yet. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm willing to let it play out.
I believe that talent is something that can be raised up, or it could be.
It is being raised up.
And this is why I live in a world where I look down the road. I think everyone does. Everyone looks at down the road, right? If you're like a professional, like, okay, what's tomorrow going to bring? What's tomorrow looks like? So I can't sit here in my fandom and look at, like, if you ask me, does Tom Thibodeau the right man to lead his team to a championship? No. If you ask me, if Tom Thibodeau the right man to lay down the foundations of what can become a championship team, probably yes.
That's what he said the same thing. Hold on. Tom Thibodeau literally said that three games ago. He literally said that in the podium about building a foundation for this team. That he came here. I mean, I wish I could send you a link or I could post it here or whatever. That he talked about. He's here to lay the foundation. And over here, and every time I hear a take from you, it's always talking about. It's always talking about. You're always making a point about, is he a championship? Is he going to help us win the playoffs? And I'm like, we are talking about building a foundation first, versus talking about having these conversations about championship and all that. Like you said, it's about laying the foundation, and that's what Tibbs is for. I thought you were familiar with that, but I guess not. But Tom Thibodeau spoke about a lot of us fans. That's what we like about what Tibbs is doing. He's helping build the foundation with this team, especially a defensive foundation, and a defensive foundation matters.
The thing is, and like I said, my whole argument is this.
And I feel like you dismiss it very much.
I dismiss it because, okay, let's again look at Mark Jackson, right? Mark Jackson was able to lay down the defensive fundamentals that turned Golden State into champions. That came from Mark Jackson. What Mark Jackson was also able to do is mold the offensive players into what they were going to become as well.
See, I don't know about that. I don't know. I can't definitively say that Mark Jackson was the guy that was the coach that made Steph Curry and Klay Thompson get to the next level. I can't say that. I can't personally say that. Some people say that he held them back. I don't know what they were ranked offensively. I'm curious if anybody in the chat does. What were the offensive rankings when Mark Jackson was the coach of those Warriors teams?
Look, I'm not as fast as Foxy. Okay, you got to give me a second. Foxy was like,
okay, yeah, no worries. Take your time. I'm just saying, you're definitively giving Mark Jackson credit for Steph Curry and Klay Thompson's offensive rise, and I think it's fair to say that he made them much better defenders. I'll agree with you on that 100%. I'll buy that.
Mark Jackson's 3 years, they were 12th, 7th, and 10th offensively.
Okay. It's not bad.
No, I don't think it is.
They were never top 5 though.
No, they weren't top 5, but they were young and they were growing into that.
I'll give you that.
But they were young. They were young.
Yes, they were young.
And they already had that talent coming into the league shooting.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Known as shooters.
Again, look, and those rankings are good.
We don't have that.
Those rankings are good and they're better than I thought. So Hoodie Kev, you got a point. But what I'll say this is, I don't know how much of that was Mark Jackson or how much of that was just Steph and Klay are really good.
I mean, at the end of the day, you can say that about any coach and any star player. How much of it is the coach? How much of it is the player? You can say that about any coach.
I don't know.
At the end of the day, the coach. I've never seen a coach put the ball on the goal during any game.
Had I have watched all of their games, which I don't because I'm not a Warriors fan, I probably watched like 10 to 15 games they played that year. I could tell you if it was the coach or Steph and Klay that season offensively. I suspect it was Steph and Klay more than Mark Jackson. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that.
No, but listen, those guys, I'm not taking anything away from Mark Jackson building that, like helping that team, helping those guys get better. Because he did, and those guys love him. When they won a championship, who was calling the game with Mike Breen and Jeff Van Gundy? Mark Jackson. And as soon as they won a championship, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, who came over there, gave him a hug, and said thank you. And in the press conference, they said Mark Jackson wanted to shout you out, show you love.
Defensively, Mark Jackson was very important for them. I'm not going to dispute that. I think we to your point, it's hard when you have a coach and great players like that. How much do you give the coach? How much do you give the players? I can't really assess that because I didn't watch all their games, to be fair. But what I will say to you is I don't think Mark Jackson would be having the season with this Knicks team that Tom Thibodeau is having. I really believe that in my heart.
I agree.
I mean, that's what
and they both are going
to – listen. I'm not the one that's ever going to discourage anyone for what they believe. If that's what you believe, then I can't argue what you believe.
Yeah, it's just my opinion.
Exactly.
Listen, Mark Jackson and Tibbs would have had the same role on this team, to be the coach to develop, and then when it's time to get a championship, those guys are not going to be here anymore. And I'm okay with that.
I don't give Tibbs credit for Randle. I mean, I give him some credit, but I think I give a lot of credit to Randle himself.
Yeah.
I'm being fair about that too. I don't give Tibbs all the credit for Randle. Does he get some credit? Sure. I'm not giving him all the credit. Julius Randle gets a lot of the credit.
He worked on it in the offseason. Absolutely.
Let me make that very clear, PBD. I ain't saying I'm being consistent. That's what I'm saying. Now, you may not like it. Like you said, it's my opinion. You could disagree, and that's okay. At the end of the day, it's all our takes. Hoodie Kev has some interesting takes. He made some good points. Some I disagree with, and that's okay. We're We're family at the end of the day, even though he won't give me his fries.
I don't. I don't eat fries. That's why I go to Burger King for the onion rings.
I don't really like fries either.
I mean, unless they're McDonald's. I mean, I eat McDonald's fries.
They're the best in the game. I always tell them, because they try to give you the fries that have been there for all the hours. So I always tell them when I get there, this is the key to get fresh fries. You tell them you want no salt, and then they give you new fries.
If you don't know that old trick by now.
I mean, I don't know who doesn't, but I'm just saying for those who may not.
That's a down south thing.
I mean, I do that all the time. I don't want no salt on my fries. Okay, I got a fresh set of fries.
I know you something to drink. Give me a minute, guys.
I think Mark Jackson deserves another coaching job. And look, I'm not the biggest. I wasn't the biggest proponent of him coaching our team, but if you're asking me, do I think he deserves another coaching job based on what the success he had in Golden State? I would say, yeah.
It has nothing to do with Mark Jackson. Has nothing to do about basketball. Nothing to do with basketball.
Yeah.
Zero to do with basketball. Everything to do with some of the things, personal preferences and issues he had with the front office in Golden State. It wasn't basketball related. It was the fact that some of his personal religious beliefs or whatever, he had some problems with the front office. That's what happened. And it got around the league, and
it's just my whole thing is, look, does Tibbs have flaws? Yeah. Are there certain things that I think Tibbs can do better? Sure. Absolutely. Where this team is, what we are asking, what we need is exactly what he's giving us right now. And all I'm going to say is, even with the losses lately, some disappointing losses, especially the last game, this team, barring a complete collapse, even with the schedule, this team should make the playoffs.
Right. If it wasn't honestly, if it wasn't Tibbs, Tibbs wasn't my first, the coach I wanted. I won't lie about that. He wasn't the coach I wanted, but he's the coach we have, and he's done a good job with the players we have and the roster we have, elevating their play, maximizing their play, in my opinion. They're maxed.
Who did you want?
I wanted Jason Kidd.
Okay.
And I know people don't like him because, personal stuff, the DUIs and whatever.
Yeah.
But I thought he's a huge reason for that Milwaukee team being the team they are. I mean, I know they added pieces after him, but Giannis gives him a lot of credit for making him the player he was, being able to see the floor better. Chris Middleton has done the same thing. These guys give him a lot of credit.
Yeah.
In Milwaukee when he had that job, they were on the way up anyway.
I hear you. I mean, look,
but Giannis wasn't this great player.
I understand. I mean, I think Jason Kidd had some good. I mean, he was a coach on the floor with that 2012 team, and he saw what he did for Carmelo. Mm-hmm. Even when he wasn't coaching, he was his coach on that 2012 season. If you watched all the games like I did, and I know you did too, everybody here basically did because we all love it.
I'll be honest with you, Spree. I'll tell you right now. I mean, if my wife was here, she'll tell you she hates it. But I watch every single game.
So do
NBA. Every night. No, every game.
What do you mean every game?
The game, whatever games are on, I watch the games.
Wait, but what if there's a Knicks game? You can't watch any other games when there's a Knicks game.
So I always toggle.
Okay.
And then after the games, I watch the games the next day. I have the package. I'll watch.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, I'll watch the Charlotte Nets game. Then I'll watch. I watch the games, every single game, every team. I watch every game.
Has that hurt your marriage? It's hurt my marriage. Watching every Knicks game.
It does. She hates the Knicks.
And also, my wife's sleeping.
So she didn't hate the Knicks before. She did because she's a Sixers fan.
Okay.
But she hates them now more because she feels that I love the Knicks more than I love her.
Yeah, that's how my wife feels. My wife feels the same way. My wife gets mad at me that I'm not spending time instead of watching the game. And I said, honey, I'm coming. This day is devoted to you, but there's no game today.
She's the best thing that ever happened to me. Listen, I would never watch another Knicks game if she, no, I'm lying. I was gonna say I would never watch another Knicks game if she asked me to, but she has asked me to.
I mean, my thing is, my whole schedule is around the Knicks, but like, of course, like, I'm obviously joking, but I will say this.
So look, my wife is in the chat. My wife is in the chat. Adriana Janae. She says yes. It does hurt his marriage.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, let's be real. We spend a ton of time on this. This stuff matters, but you have to have.
I'll be honest with you. She's so supportive. Now, look at her. It's 2:00 in the morning, and she's watching the show. So
my wife thinks I'm weird that I come on and talk to you guys every night, but she says she understands it. She gets it, but she thinks it's a little weird. But you know what I told her? I told her, Eric, that it's a past. She understands the past. She understands it's never going to change. It's who we are. It's who I am. Right. And my wife has accepted it. And
I've been this way since I was 5 years old, man.
When the Knicks don't play, when they don't have a game that night, it's that's your night. Unless I'm going on with God of Moses to talk about Julius Randle. That's it. It's not like what else are we doing? There's nothing else going on. You just watching Knicks games? I'm not going out. I'm playing a little tennis, but that's the only thing I can do.
You play a little tennis?
That's a good social distance sport, but yeah.
Yeah, it's all right. I try to, I'm home. I don't go out and do none of that stuff. I watch sports, and I have some beer, and
I can't get my wife to watch a basketball game. She likes tennis. Because it's quieter, it's more stuff. But like she understands. Like she just leaves me alone. Like because I throw stuff at the TV. I throw like I almost like I've there have been times where I've gotten thrown out of my building, like because I like there. It's just I'm passionate about it, man. I'm you know how Tibbs is barking at RJ, go get it.
I do the same thing during the game.
I do the same thing in my house. I'm doing the exact same thing. That's why I like Tibbs because when he barks, I'm barking right there with him.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I gotta say.
But I do have support. Right? My wife ultimately she does support my passion for sports. All my teams, unfortunately, she loves the Yankees like me. She's a Steelers fan, so she hates the Jets, and she's a Sixers fan, so she hates the Knicks already. So
like, does it make me a bad person? And let's I'm going to be honest. Does it make me a bad person that I spend so much time on? Like, there's so many bad things I could be doing. Like, if this is the worst thing in the world that
I don't think that's don't ever say that to her.
Of course, I know what I'm saying is like, but she sometimes gets mad that you should be doing this. And what I say is, there's so many bad things I could be doing. It really, like, at the end of the day, I love this too much. And you guys
children?
love it. We're about to have one, yeah.
Okay, so I already have three. I already have 3 children, and it does matter. It does matter because it's when I spend on my day probably 8-9 hours with Knicks stuff, whether it's watching the game and then talking about it, and then when I'm not watching the game or talking about it, watching interviews and on Twitter about it, it becomes listen, now I'm taking out 14 hours of 24 hours a day, and I'm spending it on the Knicks, and I have 3 kids, and
yeah, but it's not like let me ask you this. You don't have, I mean, what other stuff you got going on right now? I mean, this is come on, it's the Knicks.
Right,
this is what we do, man.
C-Mac, that's not funny. My wife can't beat me one-on-one. Crazy? Nah, because my wife says she's gonna beat me she could beat me one-on-one ball.
If you didn't have the Knicks in your life, you wouldn't be happy.
If I didn't, I probably would be more happy. But
you would? Oh
no, no, because I love them, but they've been terrible.
That's fair. That's fair.
But what I'm saying is, it's just I'm from New York.
There would be a hole in there would be a gap in your life.
I would have liked basketball, period. Anyway, it was just would have been another team if I didn't grow up. It didn't matter. I would have been doing this same thing but for another team. So I mean, that.
So God of Moses, I'm turning it over to you. Is the woman okay with your
single,
love?
Man. I'm single,
wow.
Man. Yeah. I had my own place. Then I moved to my mom's place and renovated the apartment.
God of Moses is on the market.
I don't know, man.
You on the market, cuz?
Yeah. I'm trying to go out, man, but I don't go out. I mean, I don't really put myself out there. You know? I just really.
You live in New York?
I live in New York, Manhattan.
In the Bronx, Manhattan.
I got you.
And where you live, like Lexington?
No. Uptown, further up, Washington Heights.
You live in the Heights.
Yeah. You
All
know
right.
GW Bridge? You know the GW Bridge?
Yeah.
So
I'm from the BX.
Yeah. So I'm not too far from crossing that bridge. I mean, unless you take the D train, then I gotta take the A to 145th, and then I gotta transfer to the D. But
Kaiser Soze, I'm just playing with y'all. I have a very happy marriage. I love my wife.
Yeah, I mean, I have a happy marriage too, but we're just talking about the
We're just
sports
talking
aspect.
about our passion for this. Our wives understand. It's just an obsession, man.
But I've always been a fan of the Knicks, but I'd always liked the idea of like being in a panel and talking. I'm like, that's kind of cool, but you know, with this Corona thing, man, this just allowed me to just say, you know what, man, I got nothing else going on. Let me do this, and I just started just talking Knicks, man. Like, I don't know, just one of those things, man. So,
well, I'm glad I found your channel. You guys are all entertaining, good debates, different opinions, and at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, or at least I hope. Like Eric said the other night, we just disagree how we get there sometimes. But look, I'm from Baltimore, but I love the Knicks. My dad used to take me to Knicks games. He's from New Jersey, and I used to take me to all the playoff games. And all my teams in other sports have won. This is the one team. If I don't care about any of the other teams I root for, I mean, of course I care about them, but not as much as seeing this team win.
I have a question. Are you in Baltimore?
So I'm from Baltimore, but I live now in Virginia.
Oh, what part? You know, I used to. My uncle was in the Navy in Virginia, and I used to go to Newport News, and we were just in Virginia Beach. My wife and the kids during COVID for a week. So we love Williamsburg. We love Williamsburg because we love to go to what's it called? The amusement park.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
So yeah,
if you're ever want to go to a Wizards Knicks game, Anthony Donahue comes up. I always take him. He always comes out. So if you want to join him,
dude, let me know for sure.
Yeah, I got you. We'll have a good time.
Yeah,
it's not that
my
far
sister.
away.
My sister lives in DC.
Okay.
Cool. She's in the Navy. She works at Walter Reed Hospital.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
So yeah, I mean, I got a little bit of family everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. And yes, I am an Orioles fan and a Ravens fan.
Yeah, Lamar, that sucks.
It sucks, yeah.
When have you seen the Orioles win anything?
Never.
They don't ever.
You say you saw all your teams win something.
When
did the Orioles win anything?
To me, seeing the Orioles make the playoffs was winning a championship. So yeah,
and that says something about low standards.
I'm a big tennis guy, so I go.
But you have the Ravens, and the Ravens are the best of your team.
Yeah, the Ravens have won several Super Bowls. Lamar is an incredible talent. Will he ever win a Super Bowl? I think it's iffy because he really can't. It's not that he can't throw; he doesn't have the weapons, and
Here's a bold statement.
He can't throw outside the numbers. But go ahead.
Here's a bold statement, and I said it. Sam Darnold is better than Lamar Jackson.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Stop it.
Yo, you crazy.
They play different games, though.
I'm critical of Lamar. Lamar can't throw outside the numbers, but he can actually throw very well.
He has the arm. He's just not accurate.
And it's a lot of the problem is the coordinator. It's too one-dimensional, and he can't make. He needs more talent around.
Greg Roman needs to do something better than just run the ball 40 times a game.
I mean, it's gonna be tough for Lamar to win a championship, but is it possible? Sure, it's possible. But
listen, Trent Dilfer won a championship in Baltimore. Lamar Jackson can win a championship.
Well, I mean, that team was the best defense of all time. So,
it's not like you guys have a terrible defense. What I'm saying is all about. Yeah, it's all about.
Why are we sitting here like, as Jets fans, playing the violin? Oh, Lamar Jackson doesn't have any weapons. Boo-hoo.
He doesn't.
Are you serious? Who has more weapons? Lamar Jackson
didn't the Jets
Sam Darnold?
Didn't the Jets just sign? Oh, no, the Giants signed.
No. I'm about what's coming, what's already happened. Who's had more weapons, Lamar Jackson or Sam Darnold?
I don't follow the Jets, so I can't tell you.
Well, you don't have to follow them to know the Baltimore Ravens have had way more. Give the Jets 2 Pro Bowl tackles.
I know, yeah.
I can't comment on that. I don't follow the Jets, so I can't.
Give them.
You don't listen. You don't follow. I don't get the only thing I don't understand. Fans of teams like I hate it. My father-in-law is like this. He watches the Steelers, and he's a diehard Steelers fan. He'll tell you everything: their cap, their salary, what this player makes, who's on in their practice squad, who's their coach. But he doesn't know anything else about any other teams.
I know a lot of teams. No, I know most of the teams. I just don't watch Jets games.
Like I know the long snapper for, you know what I'm saying, the Los Angeles Rams. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I watch football. I watch all the games, but I'm saying I don't follow the Jets that closely because they're not very good.
All I'm saying is when I tell you that Lamar Jackson has had more weapons than Sam Darnold had. But that's not even an understatement.
The Ravens were ranked passing last year, I think, 30th.
It's not all about it's offense. Like your offensive line was, oh my God.
Our offensive line was bad this year. Our offensive line was the year before. The year before was top 5. You're talking about. You must have been talking about the year before when we lost to the Titans. That offensive line was fantastic. Last year's offensive line was bad. 2 Pro Bowl tackles.
You had.
He got hurt. I mean,
I'm just saying, but you still have 2 Pro Bowl tackles.
No, we don't. Ronnie Stanley. No, Yonda retired.
No, and you still have Orlando Brown Jr. and Ronnie Stanley.
Yeah, but Ronnie Stanley got hurt.
But is Ronnie Stanley a Pro Bowl tackle?
He is, but he didn't play.
No, I'm saying not. You're thinking I'm talking about last year. I'm talking about in general.
Oh, okay.
You have 2 Pro Bowl tackles.
Yeah, that's true.
You had overall Matt Skura? Is his name Skura?
Yeah.
I know he's going now, but you had him at center. Pretty good. Your guard play has always been very good.
I'm just telling you, man, our center last year was awful, and the offensive line was bad, and Hollywood Brown is our best receiver. He's inconsistent. He's up and down.
I never know what he's going to get you.
You never know what he's going to get you. I'm just saying we really need another really good receiver to –
even your tight end, Mark Andrews. And another tight end, too.
He's decent. Not great.
Whenever you had a tight end, whenever you threw him the ball, he's going to fumble it.
Who?
You got to the point – I didn't even want the Jets to throw to Chris Herndon because I knew a fumble was coming.
Yeah.
That's why I think the Jets should trade back to 4 with Atlanta and draft Kyle Pitts.
They're going to trade back. At this point in time, you kind of are, even if they wanted to move on, you're stuck with Sam. Because you're not just going to give Sam away for nothing, right? That's ridiculous. And so because you're stuck with him, because everyone at this point, Joe Douglas just did it wrong. If you're going to get rid of Sam, just get rid of him. Just get rid of him.
Whatever you can get.
Now it's like everyone has their quarterback. Or at least, for the most part, have it. And if not, they want a young quarterback. Like a young.
No, he is a young quarterback. Oh, like a rookie young.
Like a rookie.
I got you.
So at this point, there's nowhere for Sam to go. So you're just handcuffed to him now. And it's like, okay. And it's not a bad thing because I think Sam, listen, there's a lot of reports that are coming out that Zach Wilson's not even a good teammate. A lot of his teammates didn't even like him. He's kind of like an ass. He has
very cocky.
Is he a 1-year wonder? Because before last year, he was borderline even a starter. He coming into last year, he was in a whole quarterback competition. His toughest opponent was Coastal Carolina, who he struggled with. So, and there's a stat in the red zone in the fourth quarter, he has. Hold on, I want to pull it because I was talking with Stephen Fox the other day. And he said something really interesting, so I really want to pull it up.
While you pull that up, Hoodie Kev, is Deshaun Watson going to get cut?
No.
Nah. Now they're saying that now that the lawyers backtracking.
Okay.
It's really just a cash grab, I think, for most of these people.
20.
No, I think that what I do think is that they all had sex. I just think it was consensual.
Yeah, but 20 different cases? It's crazy.
It is crazy. I mean, I don't want to take away. Listen, anybody who's been
Look, I agree. Like, we don't
they've
know
been sexually harassed or anything. I stand with you, and I hope that you speak up about it. I'm not defending Deshaun
we don't
Watson,
know all
even
the
though
facts.
I want him to be.
Nothing's
Even
been,
though I would really love him to be my quarterback, but
we don't know the situation. These are all allegations. I'm just saying 20? It's crazy.
Yeah, I know that makes it hard to believe. But now 20 girls came out and said they've taken care of him too, and he's never disrespected them that way.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a young millionaire. Okay. You're like this doesn't happen.
Here's the thing I didn't know. As a professional athlete, I thought, like, you get massages from like a million different people. You don't get a massage from the same person.
I mean, you go to different
That's another
cities,
thing that's weird.
Things happen. I mean, I hate to bring this up. It was horrible what happened, but Magic Johnson, one of the most beloved athletes of all time. I mean, let's not pretend like Cookie was the only woman in his life.
I know that man.
I'm just saying, like, I thought
HIV.
it was always like you hire a professional masseuse, and that's the person that you get the massage from all the time. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never been in that position to get a massage.
I'm sure that Magic got the cure.
So I'm going to say no, and as they like to say, pause. I'm going to say something that's kind of weird. So you're a young, handsome, 25-year-old millionaire, right? You're a star NFL player. I'm pretty sure that women. I will like this for him, and again, this is me not. I'm not condemning sexual harassment or anything like that. I'm saying you're a young.
You should condemn it.
No, I'm not.
You
no,
mean
that's not what I'm
condone?
saying.
You mean condoning?
I'm not condoning.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna say what?
No.
Yeah, condone.
I'm not condoning. Excuse me, wrong word. I'm not condoning it. What I'm saying is,
yeah,
I'm not going to sit here and pretend like women don't approach you, right? I'm keeping it real. Like it is what it is at the end of the day. I'm not condoning sexual harassment, but like I said, you're a young 20-something millionaire NFL star. I'm not going to be like, I'm dumb and be like, oh my God, you're supposed to be this happily married, faithful guy. Like, that's not how it is. And that's not, call it what it is.
It's just,
and I don't think he's even married. So that's another thing. Like, what's, okay.
He has a beautiful girl. And it's sad that I don't know. Because you know what? Even if, that's another thing too. So even if this was all consensual, he was with this girl for the last, 2-3 years. So that means he was doing this while they were together anyway. So he's been cheating and lying anyway. So that doesn't really help his case as telling the truth.
Yeah, it's just, we'll see what happens, but it's unfortunate that this is played out in the public eye.
But I'll be honest with you.
A lot going on.
I'm extremely happy that the Jets didn't trade for him earlier because
there was talk about that.
Because if he would have gotten suspended and now we don't have Sam and we don't have the draft picks to get a quarterback, we would be in a hell of a lot of trouble because now we have Deshaun Watson and he's not playing and we have a lot of money and time and draft lottery invested in him and boom, we don't have.
Another thing is, and I don't think he meant to say it. Well, he probably wasn't thinking. So when we signed Corey Davis, and like I said, it's kind of weird that he said it. Like,
no, he said that he came with the understanding that Sam was going to be the quarterback.
Yeah, so it's like I'm pretty sure Joe Douglas might have said that to him, but not. I don't think he was supposed to put that out there.
Right. So what and this happened because when you're a team that struggles at getting weapons and offensive weapons and premier players, and you're trying to attract those young, because Corey Davis is a young player, 24, 25 years old, who's
I like Corey Davis.
In the prime of his career. when you're trying to attract a superstar wide receiver or one that you hope can be the number one guy, you say, hey, listen, they want to know who's going to be their quarterback because that matters to them. It's going to matter for their production. It's going to matter for the team.
That's why no one wants to come to Baltimore.
If I can go to New York and be good, I want to know who I'm gonna go with, or I could just go to Kansas City or Miami or somewhere else. So I'm sure he said, okay, listen, I just want to know, like, is Sam, like, what's the plan? Like, is Sam the guy? Yeah, Sam's gonna be the guy. That's are you good with that? Yep, I want that. I'm cool with that. I seen him do some special things. So he got asked, and he said, well, I came in with the understanding that Sam is the guy. So
I think you're gonna like Corey Davis. He's good.
Me too. I watched Corey Davis.
I wanted the Ravens to get him, but unfortunately, one of the problems we're having is nobody really other than Sammy Watkins, who's kind of injury prone, which I don't really like the signing that much. But nobody wants to come here to play for Greg Roman, where they were not going to get the ball, and Lamar. It's not going to make your numbers.
I don't think it's
Kaiser. I cook every night. I cook all the time. She cooks. I cook.
Greg Roman is this. I think Greg Roman is a really, really good.
He's a good run coordinator.
No, I think he's a good offensive coordinator. What Greg Roman is like, okay, this is what I have to work with. So he did the anti-Gase, right? So instead of having a system and forcing Lamar Jackson into this system, he took Lamar Jackson and built a system around him, and it worked.
Yeah, it works.
But it's like you can't put Lamar Jackson in a traditional drop back 30 times.
No. You can't. But the problem, you're right. A lot of your points are right. But the problem is it's too one-dimensional. There has to be a little more. I'm not saying it should be. It's right now 85% run, 15% pass. It needs to be closer to 65% run, 35% pass. You're not going to win in the NFL going 85 yards down the field running the ball and win a championship. That's not happening.
I would really love for them to keep Sam Darnold.
I think to be honest with you, I really think it's trending in that direction.
Oh, you know what came out today, Kev? I don't know if you saw it, but Adam Schefter tweeted. And today the Jets season tickets, like the season tickets on the website came up, and they always have like the player of the future there, like a Mekhi Becton or something like that. They will have on the cover of it. But on all three covers, it was Sam Darnold. And Adam Schefter said, does the Jets ticketing department know something that the rest of us don't? And it's Sam Darnold on the cover.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is what happens. At the end of the day, we sit here and we have people in the media, and they come and they say things, and we take that as this is what the front office is thinking, right? Because if that was the case, they do these mock drafts, and it's not like they do these mock drafts and they're always right. Because if that was the case, if they were always right, Baker Mayfield would be a Jet, not Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
So, is the draft the end of this month?
Yep.
Yeah.
April 29th.
It's the end of this month.
That's crazy.
It's a lot of time to go. A lot of things can happen.
I would if the Jets trade the pick before, like in the next couple of weeks, then we know that Sam's going to be the quarterback.
What kills me, this is what sucks. I hate it. I really, really want Penny Sewell, but I think it was Monday. George Fant's contract for next season became guaranteed.
Guaranteed, and he's there. It's like $9 million.
And so it's kind of like shit.
And I thought George Fant. I thought he played well. I'm not going to say he didn't. He played well. The problem with our offense is the interior.
Oh, God.
Gentlemen, I'm going to bounce. I enjoyed the conversation tonight. This was good.
All right, broski. I'll talk mañana.
Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow night.
Mañana.
Buddy Kev. Talk to you tomorrow night, my man.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. Like, imagine Sam Darnold in Cleveland with those running backs, that good offensive line, Odell, 2 good tight ends, Jarvis Landry. You know what I'm saying? They got some good players there, and they did it. They did for Baker. They did him a service, not a disservice. And the Jets didn't really do that. The best wide receiver the Jets had for Sam Darnold, they let him go, and he had 1,000 yards receiving in Carolina with Teddy Bridgewater.
My dad used to be a big Jets fan. Yeah.
We will be okay. There's some Joe Douglas, and I've been very critical on Joe Douglas. Very critical on Joe Douglas.
Bargain shopping. All that damn money.
And this is the second year in a row he's kind of done that.
Yeah.
He's
got
done better this
the
year.
Carl Lawson, and the Corey Davis. There's some players.
But when you go and get like Gerard Davis, who I'm hoping is good, but I was like, I don't even know who this is.
That's because what's his name from Detroit that was the defensive coordinator, Matt Patricia didn't know how to use him, but he's a stud player at linebacker, Gerard Davis. A lot of guys, there was a lot of teams that wanted him. They were in on him. I like him, and I like the tight end we got, Tyler Kroft from Buffalo. That's gonna be a good little that West Coast system. I'm excited.
He's more or less a blocking tight end.
Yeah, that's why I love it, because we need more on the line, more help on the line. That's another reason that makes me feel like we're gonna keep Sam Darnold.
You know, there's the Keelan Coles,
Oh, that's a good hit pickup too, though. I know what you mean, though. But I like Keelan Cole because our return game now, we have a great special teams coordinator, Brent Boyer. I love him.
I'm just not big. So like, I don't like when I feel like we could have got Keanu Neal, and we ended up with LaMarcus Joyner.
He could pop though if you put him in the right place. He's a great safety, but when you try to put him in, there he is. Oh yeah. He was playing slot corner. He was getting roasted. But
he's a free safety. That's anybody. He's a free safety.
He's great because when he was with the Rams, he was really good.
But here's the thing. Again, he's a free safety. We already have a free safety in Marcus May. And Marcus May
remember
safety.
But remember that's what he played when Jamal was there.
No, he played free safety when Jamal was there.
They switched. Now he went into Jamal's role. He was blitzing more this year.
Yeah, he played strong, but he's a natural free safety.
Oh yeah, but he's this year.
I'm saying, can he? Well, no, because technically, if you look at it, when they had who's the guy we had McDougal.
Oh yeah, Bradley McDougal.
When he got hurt, they put May at the strong safety position.
Right.
And then it worked. It was fine.
Yeah.
But then Ashton Davis is bad at free safety. So they switched him in like week.
It was like
12 or
9.
13, somewhere like that. And then he kind of went back to free safety. Marcus May's a free safety, and I wish he would have. Obviously, him and Keanu Neal, because Keanu Neal is like.
They were teammates in Florida.
Well, it's not even that. Keanu Neal is like a less pompous version of Jamal Adams. They do the exact same thing. It's just Keanu Neal's not as pompous about it.
Right.
That's what I wanted Keanu Neal. But I still don't think LaMarcus Joyner is going to be a starter. I think he's going to be that third safety.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who they're going to get at safety at this point in time.
It's going to be Ashton Davis, bro.
Oh, God, he's so...
Hey, guys, it was good talking with you guys. I'm going to head out, all right?
All right, God.
All right.
See you, Thirsty.
Hey, Moses, before you leave. Hey, look, before you leave. Hey, I wanted to tell Kev, I done a little research. Look, we number 1 in defense. We number 16 in offense. And the team that's number 5 in offense, we 4 games better than them. What's that tell you?
Who is that?
Sacramento. Washington number 4 in offense, and and we 7 games better than them.
Yeah, show some respect, Kev.
Listen.
If we talk about the Jets, you my boy, you know that we good. But when we talk about the Knicks, show some respect.
As they say, then lean on me. Contrary to popular belief, I don't discredit all defense. I know that you need to have a pretty sustainable defense. I'm just not putting all my eggs in that basket. If I had a majority of my eggs, I'm putting them in the offensive basket, and I'm still going to have some eggs in my defensive basket. It is not all going to be in my defensive basket.
Hey, well, lucky, Kev, good you said that.
You said my question.
Kev, do you think Leon Rose got it wrong picking Tibbs as the head coach for this team?
Yes.
In year 1, he's 16 in offense, number 1 in defense, and he got it wrong. Kev, I think you got it wrong.
Yeah,
no,
bro.
It's not me. His actions say it.
His actions saying right now, this is what his actions saying. I'm playing winning basketball when y'all was playing losing basketball.
Not Tom Thibodeau's actions.
I'm playing some young players.
Rose's actions. I'm not talking about Tom Thibodeau.
No. You took it, Kev. You took it literally when he said that he learned. Now he said he didn't never say he was going to implement.
Rob. Let me talk. Let me explain what I mean. Tom Thibodeau came out his mouth and said, "You got to be aggressive in trades. You got to be aggressive in free agency. You got to be aggressive in making moves." Right? That's what Tom Thibodeau wants. What was the question though? What makes a winner? How do you put together?
How do you build a winner?
How do you put together a winning team?
Yeah,
and you have to be aggressive in trades and aggressive in free agency and aggressive in the draft, right?
Yeah,
that's what Tom Thibodeau said. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
Leon Rose's actions don't match up to that because Leon Rose hasn't done anything.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That is not true. The question was posed to Tom Thibodeau, not Leon Rose.
Exactly.
So you can't hold. You cannot hold. That was his opinion. He didn't say that was the way we were going about doing it. He gave his opinion. He doesn't make those calls. So how you going to hold
Rob,
him?
You're literally playing into
okay,
the
but the reporter asked him.
Tom Thibodeau's philosophy. Tom Thibodeau gave what he wanted. What he wanted.
But he's not in control.
Exactly.
You don't think, but you guys don't think that
he still has an opinion.
Exactly. You don't think that when you have a coach, you're not going to try to
get
the team that he wants? If I'm a GM and I hire a coach and the coach tells me, listen, this is what I like to do, this is how I run my team, I think the GM is going to try to do what the coach needs to be successful.
No, that's not true, Eric. That's not even true. No, listen here, Eric. It goes like this here. The coach's job is to coach the players that the GM puts on it, hands down. Now,
I know
they might have a philosophy. Eric, let me say this. They might have a philosophy about the way that they want to do it. But at the end of the day, the call is going to be on Rose, not Tibbs.
I get that. But what I'm saying is when you are a general manager or a president of basketball operations or of any sport, when you have a coach coming in with a new system from the last coach or the last tenured coach for years, you say, okay, what do you need to run the system that you know what I'm saying, that you need to be successful? Okay, listen, how about we give you a couple little pieces now, you try to do your best with them, and then we'll continue to build. They're going to do it that way. They're not going to be like, okay, Tom, you want this player because he does fit what you want to do. We don't want to do that. We're going to go a total opposite way from what you want. You're setting him up for failure if you do that.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Now, that's one way to look at it. That's one way to look at it. But also another way to look at it is this here. I see what my vision is for this team as the general manager. I got RJ, I got Randle, they balling. Now, I'm going to get a coach that fits what I need done. At the end of the day, I put the players to you. And this is my vision. Never gonna bring... No, wait. I didn't stop you. This is my vision. Now, I will give you the players because I'm basketball inclined too. Yeah, you the coach, but I've been around the league just as long as you. So I got a vision for a championship also. I'm going to hire you to make my vision a reality. Now, do you agree to take the job? Yeah, I think I can fit what you want. GM, okay, this is how we going to work it. And then that's where the plan starts. Right there. Yeah, but I can see your way too. It's more than one way. You got two men 30 years in the business, seeing the league. Oh, okay, so they both well respected. So they got to come up with a plan themselves, not one overriding the other. But at the end of the day, I am your boss. So when people start breathing, and your cachet is not a championship coach yet because you haven't won one yet. So together, we'll put this together.
Right, and it's for that relationship with Rose and Thibodeau, it's a different. It went from Rose being from Thibodeau being Rose's boss to Rose being Thibodeau's boss.
When was Rose Thibodeau's boss? When was Thibodeau's Rose's boss?
Well, listen. If you my agent, you do what I need you to do for me. So
yeah, but
Leon Rose was Thibodeau's agent for his whole career.
For 30 years, right?
Thibodeau, that was his agent before he became the Knicks VP. That was his agent. Thibodeau said, listen, this is what I want. This is what I don't want that job. I want this job. Do that. Get that for me. That was he was Rose's boss. When you have an agent, you're the boss.
Okay, but on the flip side of that,
but they were best friends.
But look, you check this out too. But when you're down and out in your career, like you were flaming out in Minnesota, and then your agent still got pulled in the lead to get you back on the bench somewhere when nobody wants you. You know what I'm saying? So that's because I'm still in the league. You're not.
No,
so therefore now
I get that.
I'm helping you like you helped me. Mm-hmm. But now it's like I don't owe you anything because I'm the reason why you back in here.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is in the league, around the league, what you're saying, I agree. I think is true. But I'm saying in the intertwining the relationship with this relationship with these two guys, I think it's not like all right, Tibbs, I'm doing this and you just got to deal with it. Maybe that happens around the league.
They come together.
Yeah, because more so these two guys because they've been best friends for a long time.
Yeah, but when
I don't think he's like, yo, I'm doing it this way, and you just because you know how I like it, we're gonna do it.
When he gave his opinion, but I don't think that. See, a lot of people think that Tibbs is running things. I don't think that.
I don't either.
I don't see that Tibbs is. I can see when the reporter asked Tibbs that question, he gave his opinion because there's a lot of times that when you ask Tibbs questions about players and things like that, he always referred to Rose. He said, no, that's a question for Rose. When you asking me about the players that's on this team, he said, I'd rather ride. He said, if we don't get anything, I'm comfortable riding with the players that I got. Those questions are for Leon. Not me.
Leon has said he's learned a lot from Tom Thibodeau being a VP when he was in Minnesota, being a
that's contrary to the fact because even Rose still got people around him that knows the business too. The capologists. These are people that he put in place. So he's comfortable doing what he's doing. So any trade or anything that happens, it's not automatically to the point of what Tibbs, because he got a vision on how he want to spend the money, when he want to look for players, what he want to see first from these players. And that's a vision that they all have. Because if you didn't have that vision, you wouldn't be there. So I wouldn't say that he's a used car salesman because somebody asked him for his opinion.
But Rob,
he said it's three stages of doing it.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like, yo, just because he said it's he didn't fool me with his answer because I heard the question. Now, if you just take it out of context, you think everything is coming from him. But
is that what Kev is saying?
Yeah, that's what Kev is. He's saying that's why Kev is calling him a used car salesman. Because he think it's coming from him.
Hold on. What y'all did was y'all took what I said and y'all took little pieces out of it and then ran away with it. Like that was all I said. That's not what I said at all. I said Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau are not on the same page.
I think they are.
I think they are.
I think they are.
They're not.
I think they are.
They are.
Because if it wasn't, look, if he wasn't, look.
Hold on. Can I say this real quick? Wait. I'm getting my hoodie cap back right now. Time out. No. Hold on. Let's just say this. You guys want to talk about Reggie Bullock's getting more minutes than Kevin Knox? Is that what we talking about tonight? No, we're not talking about that tonight. Anyways, I just want to get him my hoodie cap back tonight. Just real quick. I just want to do that real quick.
So no, Kev, they are.
I want to listen to Kevin W's take about the question. What you never got a chance to answer, Kev. So can you give us an explanation?
He was the reason why we even said what we said, because he said that they're not on the same page, and we disagree with him. So that's the answer.
Are you asking me why I feel that way?
Yeah.
Are you asking me why I don't feel that way?
Yeah, that's what Moses asked you. Why?
It's certain things.
Make it fact based.
I think that my first question. Sorry. I think my first question was Tom Thibodeau. What was the question? Was it a bad hire? What was the question, guys? If you could remind me.
Was he a bad hire? Kev said yeah about that.
That's what I want to. We know that. We know we've been talking about that.
We get distracted with so many questions, but I want to keep it centered on. So you think that Leon Rose possibly's first mistake was possibly
hiring his friend,
hiring Tom Thibodeau.
Let me ask you. Let me give y'all a scenario. Right? Y'all ever go to the court, basketball court with your friends? Right? Y'all go play some pickup basketball, whatever. Okay. And you know, like your friends really aren't that good, but they're your buddies, and you get next.
Then I don't pick them.
And so you feel like, well, most people pick their friends.
Okay, yeah. So you pick your buddy. So yeah, what?
You pick your buddy because whatever. So Leon Rose becomes president of basketball operations, right? And one of the first things he does is, of all the coaching candidates, and that's not to say that Tom Thibodeau is unqualified. I'm not saying that at all. Of all the coaching candidates, you just happen to pick your friend. That's all I'm saying. Regardless of the qualifications. Now, again, this isn't me saying that Tom Thibodeau is unqualified.
But you said your friends is not that good going to the court.
Exactly.
But Kevin, you said
no. I was giving that as an example. I was telling a story. I wasn't saying that as.
But you said that they wasn't that good. So you insinuating that Tibbs is not that good.
Yeah, because if I've got a friend who's good and a friend who's not good, I'm gonna take the friend who's good.
Can we say that there might have been other qualified?
It was other qualified people, but you can't say he's unqualified. It was other qualified people.
I made the disclaimer. I'm not saying that he's unqualified, but did anyone else not hear me say that he's not? I'm
saying about the other guys. They may have been qualified too.
All I'm saying is this. I think that it's funny. Of all the candidates, you pick your friend. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't see any merit in that, then I don't know.
No, I don't.
So
I don't because my friend is qualified. I can see if he was unqualified, but he's qualified.
Exactly.
And then your analogy at first, but Kevin, your analogy at first.
At the end of the day, we had to. Do you think that played a part in it?
Well, if it did, it's okay.
Honestly, I don't think so.
I don't have a problem with it.
Hold on.
Just because you have connections in the league, it's just like my friend can call me down there. I got plenty of jobs because I knew somebody that worked there.
Mm-hmm.
That's all exactly. That's all I'm saying. Let's not pretend. And again, this
Well,
isn't
there's
me saying
nothing wrong
Tom
with it.
Thibodeau is not
Okay.
qualified.
That wasn't
I'm
even.
saying Tom Thibodeau was a leading candidate for this job is because his one of his close friends was the president of basketball operations.
Not only that. Let me tell you another reason why.
Don't agree with that, then
Let me tell you another reason why.
Can I add to your point, Rob? Can I
I
add to your
think
point?
that is really irrelevant, though. But
Rob,
let me
Rob,
tell
can
you
I add
another reason why.
Can I add to your point real quick? It's going to be 2 seconds real quick. I mean, Devin Booker, for a second, Leon Rose has close connections with Devin Booker, and people were literally saying, "Yo, Devin Booker could come to the Knicks." That's a person that's qualified.
No, that's different. That's very different. That's extraordinarily different.
How is it different?
Because Devin Booker is under contract with another team, so you can't just get Devin Booker.
Well, but you could try to trade for him.
You can try, but it doesn't mean that you're going to succeed.
Go ahead, Rob.
Well, if he's unhappy in Phoenix and then he make a ruckus and then he decides to come to
that's a different story.
Okay, but
you can't just say Devin Booker.
You're right.
Okay, y'all cut Rob off for that.
I didn't cut Rob off.
Go ahead. I was going to keep it short. It's okay. I'd rather keep it that. I'd rather keep it short because Rob was literally talking, and I literally just wanted to take 2 seconds. But I really wanted to say that Leon Rose knows a lot of people who are qualified. You know, that was the main conversation. That Leon Rose knows qualified people, coaches, and
the premise of what was stated is dumb. Basically, what it is it sounds like what Hoodie Kev said, and I'm not bashing Hoodie Kev, but what it sounds like is this: a normal human being can't have a smart friend. A normal human being has to have surround himself with dumb friends. Is the way I take what Hoodie Kev said.
Freezy, I wanted to ask you.
Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all been talking all night, man. I ain't listening. So what it sounds like is that we're arguing over something that doesn't make sense. I would prefer, and the listeners too would prefer, if you're going to argue and scream at each other, do it over a point that makes sense. Because saying that Leon Rose hired his friend because it was his friend does not make sense.
Yeah,
it don't make sense. It sounds like just because my man got a good job that he can't have smart friends. That's a really bad thought if you want to introduce that into a conversation with other people. That's all I want to get at. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Raphael.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask you, Freezy, real quick because I gotta let Rob talk. Rob been waiting for me, but I wanted to ask you, Freezy, do you think Leon Rose made a mistake hiring Tom Thibodeau over Jason Kidd and over Kenny Atkinson? I want to know your opinion as well.
Hey, I'm gonna reserve that until after Rob goes. Cause y'all cut him off to ask.
I know. I was trying to let Rob go.
Yeah, man. Y'all
vicious.
Y'all vicious.
So now, like I was saying, I held my thought. Now I say another good reason why Tibbs was a good hire is just like this here. In the Knicks history, New York's been known as a defensive town. That's how when they won championships, they won it on the defensive end. So when you're going to start building the team and you want to build it the right way from where the New York spirit is, you're going to start from where it started from, the defensive end. Not saying that the offense down the line is not going to get better, because at one time, the defense and the offense, we had the same numbers. Now, all of a sudden, the offense rose to number 16 on the low. Because as the season goes on and players get tired, the scoring averages go down. It used to be up there in the 120s. Now the highest team is probably about like at 118, 117 in that range. And now that brought the Knicks back. Now the Knicks is at 16. Now we halfway in the middle on offense. We number one in defense. That means as though that we're trending the right way in season one. Now, down the line, would Thibodeau burn out in his 5-year contract? Will he be in? Raphael, I listened to you when I was in the back when you was explaining that is for down the line, and Kev kind of cringes at victories now because of his dislike for, and is affecting his Knick fanhood to me now, because if Bullock hits the game-winning shot, I don't think Kevin is as happy as if Knox would have hit it or if Julius would have hit it. But us as fans, we don't care who hits it. Who hits it?
I don't care if Tom Thibodeau comes off the bench and hits it.
That's right. And you can see the vitriol when it comes out of Kev that he's leaning more towards a style of play over winning now. And that's something he has to deal with himself. Because we're 16 in offense, we're number 1 in defense, we're trending the right way. So I can't possibly see Thibodeau as a problem. And right now, can you say that Thibodeau he's the guy for the job? Every coach that plays the Knicks, when they give the interview, they always high praises on Tibbs. We knew Tibbs would get this team back on track. And that, from Carlisle said it in his press conference, everybody that plays. So I don't see really where Kevin coming from, except from a place of hate.
And Kyrie Irving went up to Thibodeau during the game, and he was mic'd up, and he said, "You guys play hard, man. You guys are playing well. I like what I see from this team."
This is wonderful that a team is supposed to do what they're supposed to do and play hard. That's great. So I don't know why that's a thing. A team is supposed to go out. You make millions of dollars. I hope that you go out there and play hard. I hope that's what happens. Anyways, Rob, you're wrong. I don't know where you get 16th in offense from, because the Knicks are 28th in offense.
No, in overall offense, no. See, that's the lead. No, in overall offense, not scoring versus overall offense
per game.
Hey, look, I'll show you. I looked it up. It's still on my computer.
Points per game.
No, that's not the only thing that's not the only thing about offense. I didn't say point per game. I said they're number 16 in overall offense.
Okay, well, points per game.
Not points per game. It's more in the numbers than that. It's more in the numbers than that.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
At the end of the day, I don't care how much you get.
I know he don't care. He cares about the point. You scored more points than the other team, right, Kev?
It's time possession,
isn't it?
Obviously not, because you complain when they win.
At the end of the day, you have to score more than someone else.
But it's more in the numbers. When they don't just, they crunch all the numbers, all the attempts and everything. Look, and this comes from where people putting money on the line. So they got all
I'm
the
going to
stats.
ask you a question. I'm going to ask you one question. If you score 108 and I score 105, but I was more efficient than you at scoring 105 than you were at scoring 108, do I win the game?
Do you win the game? What you say again? Say that again.
If you score 108 and I score 105, but I was more efficient at scoring 105 than you were at scoring 108, do I win the game?
No.
No, sir.
Okay, then. So at the end of the day, points per game is really the most important thing. Not how efficiently you score that.
Not really.
At the end of the day,
because if you score 104 points per game, but your defense is only giving up 101, that means you outscoring them. You outscoring that team, even if you're not scoring 120 a game.
This is what I find. This is funny. We're 24-24, right? We give up 104 points, and we score 104 points. So any given night, we're gonna win and we're gonna lose. That's why we're 24-24. Because there's a 0.3% difference in points given up versus points scored. I'm just saying.
But that's
league average is 111. And it's 1, 2, okay. We 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We 10 in the league average. We 16 overall in the overall numbers, Kev. That's what I'm telling you. Now, if you just go to the rankings and they put the rankings and they don't do all the math, yes, we're going to be at the lower end. But when they crunch in the games played, possessions and everything, the Knicks show up at 16.
On average,
Brooklyn shows up as number 1. Milwaukee number 2, Utah number 3. But if you
on average, if you add up all the scores, not anything that goes into the scores, if you add up all the scores, we score 104 points a game.
Well, you said the key thing. That's what goes into the score. So I'm not going to argue with you with that because you said what doesn't go into the score. And yes, you're right. But when you put all the statistical numbers in, they at 16.
Analytics.
With efficiency, that's with field goal percentage.
That's like I said. If you score 108 and I score 105, but I score my 105 more efficiently, guess what? I still lost the game because I scored 105.
Yeah, but see, look at it like this here. If I score my 104 and you used to scoring 119 and I hold you to a 100 and I beat you, that changes some of the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Inside the numbers. It's always math inside of math. I know your teacher done taught you that. It's always math inside of math.
I'm not saying anything about if you want to bring in analytics. That's great. I guess analytics are taking over sports. But
they are.
Call me old-fashioned. If you score 108 and I score 105, I don't care how much analytics go into it. I still lost the game. I could have been better than you analytically throughout the whole game.
Okay.
But the final score is 108, 105.
But look, like I said, the number 1 scoring, the number 5 scoring offense is Sacramento. We 4 games better than them with the number 1 defense. What does that tell you?
This isn't about offense.
It's about winning. Kev, you arguing winning versus offense. I'm giving you defense wins, offense make you look good. You want to look good.
Yeah. You got to score 120 and lose.
If we score 120 and lose and something is wrong.
Yes, you ain't playing no defense. That's exactly right. Every team, look, Washington is on the top in offense. They on bottom in defense. Look at their record. Sacramento is 4 games. We 4 games better than them. They on the bottom of defense, but they on the top of offense. What is that telling you, Kev? You's a smart guy.
All are taking what I said and you twisted it and you turned it and did other things to it, other than not understand what it is that I'm trying to say, where I'm trying to go. So
I know where you're trying to go, Kev, but what I'm telling you is this why my whole purpose is this to point those numbers out to tell you this. Get off of Thibodeau. He winning. I put all of this out there so you can say
that ain't gonna happen because first of all it's after 1:30 and Hoodie Cat after 1:30 every night he's on Knox and Thibodeau. It don't even matter. It don't matter what you say. So because what I thought y'all was gonna talk about is what we're gonna do to fill the 2 empty roster spots that we have. But every night it's what's wrong with Thibodeau and the people that are around him. What I would do, what I was thinking is like, what are we gonna do to fill those 2 roster spots? Who do we really need? Because the obvious answers are not necessarily apparent. Because the obvious answer is we need a center, right? And we probably need somebody that can score and get his own bucket. That way, when we go through scoring droughts, we can at least have them get 2 or 3 buckets to help us get out of a scoring drought. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I'm not for sure what direction we want to go in when it comes to
Alonzo Trier.
Hell no.
I don't know.
I'll take Lance Stevenson.
I don't know. I mean, that's the only person I know that can get his own bucket.
And give up 4.
But I wanted Freezy to answer my question. Who did he want as his coach? Was Tom Thibodeau a bad hire? And who did he want And should we have gone for Kenny Atkinson or Tom Thibodeau? I know my opinion, and my opinion is very similar to Rob's opinion. And but I want to know Freezy's take too, because since he's here in the panel as well.
Not no more.
Yeah, he had to go back to work. Freezy at work, so he gonna be in and out.
Yo, Greenhouse said that's why Kev keeps contradicting himself, because this isn't even how he feels. It's about Knox. If Thiz played Knox and had this exact record, Kev would be okay. This circular argument is crazy. We're just pretending that this didn't boil down to Knox, but it does. He said at one point it's just about wins. Then if you rewind the tape, he said it's not just about wins.
Huh?
He's saying that you said at one point it's just about wins.
It is.
Then if you rewind the tape, you say that it's not just about wins.
You see, when you take a quote out of a whole phrase, right, and you run with that quote and not the whole phrase of what I said, rewind the tape back. And this is when we were talking about offense. And and I said the offense and wins. That's what I was saying. I was saying when you talk about offense and wins are two different things, so they're not the same. So it doesn't really matter when I was talking about the offense as compared to having a good offense that quantifies into having wins. That's what I was saying. I didn't say wins never mattered. Wins to me matter more than anything else. And
so why are you upset about Tibbs then?
Can I say something real quick? It's gonna be real quick. I took, when you guys were talking earlier, like 30 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, I looked into my Twitter and I saw a tweet from Freezy, and I'm like, oh, now I know what Kevin W is talking about, because Freezy he put out a video about Kevin Knox.
Yeah,
it's not about Kevin Knox. I'm not going to talk about Kevin. The point is that somebody made a post and said this was supposed to be about developmental year and not about wins. But the fans, they only care about winning and they don't care about developmental. So I don't know if Kevin W put that tweet or if somebody else was. I could relook at it, but I think Hoodie Kev agreed to it. Like, he liked the comment. And so I think
yeah,
Kevin W
about winning, Kev.
So it's not, so it looks like you want more development in this year versus winning. When we're actually, in my mind, that's the way I'm seeing. Maybe I'm blind. I'm seeing both. I'm seeing winning. I'm seeing winning, and I'm seeing development this year.
Me too.
Well,
and to Hoodie Cav's defense, maybe he just liked that the person had. Maybe he just liked the tweet. Maybe it didn't have to be, either or what the person wrote. Maybe he liked the fact that somebody on social media had an original thought. And he liked it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have to just, go along with what was said in the tweet.
Usually when you like something on Twitter, it's because you agree with it. But
no, not usually. You sometimes you just like with me. I don't do that. Like I don't do the whole goldfish in the tank thing. Like I don't just follow along with everybody. But when somebody puts something out there that's an original thought, that I'd be like, yo, you know what? I kind of like the fact that they can think for themselves and not be like in the goldfish scenario.
After somebody made a video criticizing Knox, that he's calling him a bust, that the Knicks are calling him a bust, you think he liked the tweet just because of that, versus somebody responding saying, hey, we should be focusing more on developmental versus winning? But fans only care about winning.
Those are two separate things. Those are two separate things. You just said before that, when you referenced it, you said development versus winning, and then you just referenced the video that Kevin Knox is a bust. Those are two separate issues. And the reason why there's two separate issues is because the team and organization either focuses on development or winning, right? And then the other thing is Kevin Knox might be a bust. Those are two separate issues.
If I recall,
I really gotta listen to your point, Freezy, because I'm not really catching. I'm hearing what you're saying, but it's not translating to me. I'm gonna be honest. It's not translating.
Kev said he'll translate. He the one who answered to it.
What the thing about it is, and if I'm recalling correctly, and I said it earlier, and I made it clear, I hadn't even seen the video. So if I liked it, it was the fact that I liked it because Freezy sent it. That was what I was liking. I didn't like it because I didn't even watch the video. Freezy put a post. I liked it because Freezy put a post. I didn't even watch the videos. I have no idea what the video is even about for me to like it or dislike it.
Right.
But it seems to me like you don't value the team wins, and you wish this was more about developing the team versus trying to win games like the way we are trying to win games right now. Like you wish like we weren't the teams, like the fans weren't you wish the fans weren't obsessed with winning, and the fans were more focused on developing and not giving Taj Gibson minutes or giving Reggie Bullock minutes.
I think that sounds like a reach to me, because Hoodie Cav just said he liked the tweet because I sent it. Yeah, I don't know where all the other stuff come from.
Yeah, asked and answered.
Yeah. Hoodie Cav just said he liked the tweet because I sent it. And you know what I'm saying? It wasn't,
But if you listen to his overall narratives and his critiques about Tom Thibodeau, it has to do with he feels that the vet are getting preferential treatment, or his players are getting preferential treatment, and that we should be playing the other wing players.
No, what Kev said though is Kev said he liked the video, which is a separate thing, because I sent it. That was plain.
I'm not talking about the video right now. I'm talking about his comments earlier today.
What?
So we just switched it up then, because
because Kev
saying that the video.
It was asked and answered. Kev answered it, and then it was over. There wasn't nothing else to say after that.
Right. Okay.
He said he put like because you sent it. There's nothing else to say after that. He answered it.
Wait, but I'm not talking about the tweet right now. I'm not talking.
Oh
about
yeah. Now I know. I'm just saying, letting Freezy know we moved on.
Oh,
now
thank you, Rob. We're moving on from that. Earlier today, he didn't. He didn't like that in the Bucks game. Tom Thibodeau put in Taj Gibson when we had two other young wing players, and if it had it been him, we should have put in the other two wing players. That's both Knox and Obi.
No, the proof is in the pudding. This team was better and pulled away when we put in an athletic wing to match their athletic wings. That the player that Tom Thibodeau had in there, the player who he preferred to have in there, was draining the team. He was bringing us down because he did not have the foot speed.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah. So you think that Tom Thibodeau? Tom Thibodeau.
What do we?
What?
All I know is Raphael asked me a question.
Right.
I answered the question to what my opinion is. So I don't know. He asked. He for some reason wants to get something out of me. I don't know what he wants to get out of me.
Can I jump in here? Can I jump in here real quick?
City, please, City, can you?
Can I jump in here real quick? Let me say something that makes let me say something that makes sense, okay? And I'm gonna tell y'all right now what makes sense. All right, y'all like what y'all watching. You see it. Y'all like what y'all watching. It's the Knicks at Night podcast. Subscribe to the channel. Get your merch. And holla at your boys, because we are here. And y'all are here. We see y'all down there holding it down in the comment section. We see y'all. I just want to acknowledge that. We see y'all. We already know what it is. But, we are here. We are here, man. And listen, I broke the hat out again. So hopefully
I wanted to ask Raphael something too. So Raphael, let me ask you this. This is a different type question.
Sure.
So I talked to Hoodie Cav this morning or yesterday morning, I guess, about how the Knicks Morning Drive is smashing the Knicks at Night podcast in the ratings, right? And so I was like, Kev, what's going on? What's happening? What happened is when me, Raphael, and Teddy were doing it like in October and November, we were getting like, about 135, 140 people in the thing.
Only 40 subscribers. We only had 40 subscribers here. It was like 30.
But it just took off like wildfire, right? And then what happened is the next time came along, and all of a sudden things dipped with the Knicks at Night podcast. And I was asking Kev, like, what can we do to keep people, engaged with the Knicks at Night podcast? And Kev basically told me in no uncertain words was bump everybody else off the screen and just let me talk about Knox all night.
Listen,
Did he legit just say that? Did he legit just say that?
So one, y'all know that Freezy is trolling right now.
But serious.
Okay, carry on.
Serious up.
Okay,
serious up, though. So, but the thing is I noticed like when it's more of us in the video chat, like chopping it up like this. You know what I'm saying? Just a free flow. When it's unregimented, like when it's more freestyle, then I noticed that we get more viewers and stuff. Is that the same thing that you've been watching? And do you have any ideas on how we could keep people engaged?
My whole thing is when we first
I'll holler at you on that.
When we first started, remember we're going up to 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and you got to continuously move the topic, right? That's why I see E talking about Jets, Giants, even though that's not my style, and you can see my style in the first. Look, go look to your October videos, and when it was the new kids in the block, and we were like, what the hell? Why is Freezy calling it the new kids in the block? I'm like, what's he talking about? But things started picking up. People started watching the Knicks. Long story short is moving the topic. So one thing that I've learned that has worked for me right now and today, not even know if it's working, but I know that I feel like it works with Hoodie Kev is what I feel like works with Hoodie Kev. In order for me to work Hoodie Kev, and in my own persona, and that's why I even wanted to have my own show is. I always ask questions. I always ask Hoodie Kev a question, and I constantly hammer him with different questions because, I do think he's smart. I'm not going to take away. So I said a lot of stuff yesterday about different. But if you look at today's video, I always have a question. I'm lining up a question with Kev because, to your point, Freezy, he has a Morris Chestnut and this, that, and the third. He has a lot of stuff going, but I'm like, if I don't have something about with Kev, then I know Kev is we're all gonna fall into a trap that we don't want to be in. I mean, I don't mind engaging the trap. I don't mind engaging a Knox conversation, but
he gonna tie us in a knot,
bro. So I think I don't. So I suggest for everybody is don't try to talk about another sport. I would suggest, unless you have a question for Kev, then that's how you. So I think that's how you keep things interesting because Kev has interesting takes, and some of them are wild, some of them are bold, and some of them he's right, and some of them you can learn from. So he's right.
Most of them he's wrong.
Right, but he's gonna be wrong, and he's gonna stay wrong for 3 months, and you're still gonna be the same conversation. So you want to stay there for 3 months talking about the same conversation? You could do that on your own. But me, when I'm hungry, when I see Hoodie Kev on the platform, I'm moving them quick. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have 3 questions lined up. Why does he feel about was Tom Thibodeau a good hire?
Is Raphael so by his own show on here? He goes, my show was fire. You heard him?
I didn't know.
We heard the smoke.
I wasn't.
We heard the smoke, but you know what? you know what? It's different strokes for different folks. Let's get those likes up because you know what? The Knicks at Night podcast is in the building. That's what we doing. We
really got to work with City about his commercial breaks.
Let's go.
So, really got to work with City on his commercial breaks.
So that's
hey,
all.
So basically, Hoodie Cab said City got to work on his commercial breaks. So what he's saying is, you legit got to stop talking and let Hoodie Cab shine. I just do. Hey, Kev, you do the ISO camera. Let me just do the ISO camera on you all night and let everybody else be in the small boxes.
No. So Gia said something this morning, right, about how how it's so real that we can talk about like off broadcast things on broadcast, and that's how like real Knicks at Night is. So with a lot of this is like if I say, "Hey, City," you can't. If people are in a flow, right? If people are flowing, let them flow. And then after the flow is kind of wrapped up or dying down, that's when you bring up the public announcement. God. You don't interrupt the flow of the dialogue to make the public announcement.
With the breaking news.
Yeah, like people are going up and the banter's good and everything's good and flowing. And it's like, hold on. We're here in the building. It's like, oh, okay, that's nice, but you just really messed up the whole flow. And it's not bad that what you're doing is good. You want to promote. That's good. But City I would like for City to work on his timing on the promotion.
City. So basically what he's saying is nobody else talk. Let him talk all night and put the camera on him. That is basically what he's saying, City. City, you're doing a good job. Don't listen to
I really can't believe that. Let's get out of this.
Basically, my takeaway from that is Hoodie Kev is saying everybody talk, get one chance to talk for 10 seconds a piece, and then I'm going to talk for the rest of the time.
I mean, honestly, because I have no problem with being quiet. I've let people go on and won't say anything. That's not an issue. I don't need to talk for 3 hours and 21 minutes. I don't. What?
But when you do it, you pout like it's like legit. Somebody will say, "Well, Kevin Knox sucked," and you'll pout for like 30 minutes and sulk on the camera.
But here's the thing about it.
I'm not even gonna talk because they said Kevin Knox sucked. I'm just gonna sit here with my lips out.
I can pout, but I'm still gonna let them go on and say what they got to say.
Yeah, well,
that should be the name of your segment. That should be the name of your segment, Kev.
You sound real like you're in a tunnel.
In a what?
You sound like you're in a tunnel.
I'm at the job, so.
No, I'm saying the audio is coming in like you sound like you're in a tunnel.
Okay, hold on for a second.
I don't know if I'm the only one who kind of picks that up, but maybe it's my headphones. I don't know. But, I let people rock all the time. I don't have that much really to add. I mean, my whole thing, like I said, I'm here to keep everyone engaged. I am, at the end of the day, an entertainer, and I'm going to try and put on the best entertainment I can for people that's going to be up watching at 3 o'clock in the morning. Because if we're just talking ho hum, what's the fun of that? It's not fun at all.
I feel that.
So yeah,
we're all in the entertainment business for sure.
I'm going to be a character.
Right.
Something has to be. And I was talking, like I said, a lot
real quick, I'm heading out. I'll holler at you tomorrow. I'm tired, and Knicks gonna get this W tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
So.
Well, hold on, I'm sorry, but a lot of what Freezy was saying, like I said this morning, I think our numbers are down, or not down. I'm not gonna say down. You got to realize. So at nighttime, when the game is over, at whatever, how many Knicks podcasts are going on when we're going on? I mean, you got to think about that. We are competing against 6, 7, 8, 9 other Knicks podcasts. And that's a valid point. Like, I mean, we got to compete against CP and Nothing But Knicks and Legion of Knicks and Man and all these other shows, Terry and Trey. Like, we're competing against how many other Knicks shows where Knicks Want to Drive is literally like competing against nobody.
And
it's just them.
And to your point, like, conversations get dry too. Like, it's hard to constantly hear the same topics. The same topics get brought up often. So you got to keep it fresh, like everything else. Like, you got to keep it fresh sometimes in this game. But
I mean, if you go, like I said, and I'm not knocking anyone's show, but like, you turn on one show and they're talking about, RJ should have drove to the basket and did this. And then you go to another show and they're like, RJ should have drove to the basket. And you turn to another show and RJ should have drove to the basket. It's like, okay, everyone's saying the same thing at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many times can we say, everyone's like, Elfrid Payton sucks and destroys the momentum, and go to another person's channel and they say, Elfrid Payton sucks and destroys the momentum.
But Kev, I want to go back to your take because I'm kind of interested about the Tom Thibodeau conversation, and it has to do with next year for Tom Thibodeau. You said earlier that you don't think that Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau are on the same page, right?
This is correct.
Right, correct. So I just want to make sure. So you think like they're not on the same page? Do you see them being the next page, being the same page next year, or do you see Tom Thibodeau possibly gone by the NBA trade deadline next year, or what's your feel for that?
I mean, I don't know. Sports is a results-oriented business.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to have the results. I don't know. Here's the thing. The main reason is like when you're in a court of law.
Because you're always looking long term, much more than me and much more than a lot of people that I know. Most people are living in the moment, but it seems like you're more thinking like you don't think that Tom Thibodeau's a long-term answer. He's not the long-term answer. So how long should he be here for? Is my question for you. That's another question. So that's not only that. It was that question. I want you to answer that question too. How many years is Tom Thibodeau good enough to be here for with this roster and this talent?
There's coaches that are good. It's like building a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have some coaches that are good there's like, you are good at putting in flooring. Then you have certain people who are good at drywall. You have certain people who are good at wiring. So if coaches, there's some people who are good at laying the foundations, and then there's some people who are good at getting you over the top.
Okay.
Let's go back to Golden State.
Right.
Mark Jackson was good at laying the foundation.
Okay.
Steve Kerr was the one who got him over the top.
Correct.
Maybe Tom Thibodeau was just that guy that's like, okay, I'm going to lay down a foundation, and then somebody else is going to come and put him over the top. Like Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino laid the foundation. Pat Riley came in and, was it Don Nelson? I think it was Don Nelson.
Huh? Mm-hmm.
It might have been Rick Pitino.
Okay.
Either I can't remember which one came first. But Pat Riley came in and took us to the next level.
Question. You made a point. I just want to question. How many years was Mark Jackson the coach for Golden State?
3.
Okay. So do you think Tom Thibodeau, it would be a good idea to have Tom Thibodeau be the coach for the Knicks for 3 years? Or you think that's a bad idea?
Probably about 3. I mean, he's 63. He's 63, right? So it's not like he's going to be here forever anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you can say Popovich is old.
Okay.
But, he's 63. So let's say if he's in fact 68. He's been in the game for over 30 years. I mean, granted, he hasn't been a head coach that long, technically. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he'll wake up one day and like, I just don't got it anymore. I don't have that fire and desire to keep going. As age does that. So especially when you're older like that. So I don't know. I can't sit here and say he's going to be here 2 years, 3 years, 4
No, but
years.
I'm talking about what would be better though. So the better, the best, the maximum you can tolerate Tom Thibodeau here for would be how many years?
Well, it's not me talk. Like I said, it all depends on the team. If Tom Thibodeau develops his team and they feel like this is the point where I think this team has reached its apex under Tom Thibodeau, I think that's because I don't see Tom Thibodeau as the type of coach that puts a team over the top. Tom Thibodeau is a builder.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Thibodeau is a guy that's like, if you give me the tools, I'll build you a house. But I don't think that he's that guy that's going to take you over the top to that next level, that championship level.
And that's okay. And sometimes that can be okay.
But right now, if you say right now, then that's the coach we need because we're not a championship level team. And you see that a lot. You see that all the time. You see a lot of teams have that coach.
Mm-hmm.
That coach builds up. And then at a certain point, you realize, okay, this is the apex that this coach can get us to. And then they bring in a next coach to take them to that next level.
The other apex, right?
Like with Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a prime example. They had Brett Brown. Brett Brown took them to where he could take them to. And that we need to bring in Doc Rivers because Rivers we feel like can take them to the next level where we want to go.
To the championship.
Exactly. And maybe Tom Thibodeau is like that.
That's a good reference. That's a very good reference.
So it all depends on how long it takes for us to feel like we've gotten to the apex where this team has outgrown what Tom Thibodeau can do for us.
All right. So it's not a terrible hire from Leon Rose.
I mean, for what, and like I said, it's just me personally. I just didn't like. There's a lot of things that I don't like about Tom Thibodeau. There's things that I do like about Tom Thibodeau. I'm not gonna say I completely hate him. I mean, he has his very good points. I'm glad he's here to teach what he has to teach. There's just things about him that I wish he would change. Like, case in point, I hate the fact that he plays Julius Randle 40 minutes a game when he doesn't have to play him 40 minutes a game.
Great point, but you made me think about something. My whole thing is Mark Jackson, right, with Golden State. He set up he great defensive coach. To your point of you said about him, Steph Curry still with Golden State. Klay Thompson is with Golden State. It's so that and Draymond Green is still with the same team. You said you would have preferred Kenny Atkinson, who's more offensive minded, right? We could agree with that. Well, yeah. The Nets. You had Karis LeVert, Spencer Dinwiddie, great offensive players. Joe Harris, who made Team USA. My whole thing is when Brooklyn's hired Kenny Atkinson, yes, they're more offense to that liking, but they all got traded. So my whole thing is, what if the Knicks is it possible the Knicks hired Tom Thibodeau because they wanted to keep their players and have them learn defense versus considering to have them hire a Kenny Atkinson and possibly look to trade this whole team so that they can get their Kyrie Irvings, James Harden, Kevin Durant, and do all that other stuff. I think the Knicks possibly went with a Golden State approach versus what the Brooklyn Nets are doing now.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, I don't think that Kenny Atkinson was there like, let's trade all these players away. And even when he had him, Spencer, when he first got there, Karis LeVert and Spencer Dinwiddie weren't the players they are today. And that's where part of the developmental aspect of what Kenny Atkinson is. He's like, okay, I got these pieces, they're kind of raw, and I need to build them up. if I'm going to build them up to be players here, or am I going to build them to be trade assets? And that's the one thing that that kind of irks me. This isn't about anyone else liking Kevin Knox or Obi Toppin, right? But this is the main thing. If you sit them, because when we had a trade deadline, everybody's like, everyone is like, we're going to trade Knox and Frank, right?
Right.
But I kept saying they don't have value. So if you have something with no value, you can't trade that to get something with value. My biggest knock on Tom Thibodeau is OB playing 10 minutes a game and Knox and Frank getting DNPs and quickly being up and down. They're not gaining value. So even if you wanted to trade them, you're not going to get the highest price back because their value has been diminished so much that you can't get anything for them. And that's what Tom Thibodeau, I think that's my biggest knock on Tom Thibodeau, is whether they're going to be long-term or not. Even if you're going to build your assets up in order to get something of value. Like we couldn't get Zach LaVine for Kevin Knox when Kevin Knox and Frank are getting DNPs because no one's going to trade for them. You can get a James Harden because you built up Karis LeVert into a guy averaging 20 points a game. And another team sees it as something valuable.
So you're building assets. Kenny Atkinson was able to build assets, is what you're saying.
Exactly. And Tom Thibodeau doesn't see it that way. He has assets, but he's diminishing their value by not playing them. And so all you like trade Knox, trade Obi, trade Frank, but you're not going to get anything for them because they have no value.
Okay, Kevin, check this out.
If you ask me my opinion, I feel like Tom Thibodeau is trying to build cornerstone pieces. When Mark Jackson was in Golden State, Klay Thompson became a corner piece and was almost traded for Kevin Love. Steph Curry is a cornerstone. Draymond Green was a cornerstone. My whole thing is now with the Knicks, it's possible that whoever is playing in the starting five, that those people should be considered. The young players like Mitchell Robinson and RJ, if they're playing, it's because Tom Thibodeau believes that they're possibly cornerstone pieces for this team, and that we should definitely build around this team. And the reason why is you can see what they're doing on the floor. They are providing. They help the team win. If they couldn't help the team win, Tom Thibodeau and the rest of the coaching staff will be able to see it, and he would have to pull them, and they will probably be not getting any minutes. Like I think you had a good point about Kenny Atkinson, who was able to develop assets and able to retain value. But I think Tom Thibodeau is looking at this team as who is building a foundation, and also looking to find who are the foundation players. And I feel like maybe him and this team feels like whoever he likes should be part of the foundation of this team.
Okay. My take on it is this. Kevin, maybe you look at it like this here. This was just a thought. If Tibbs wanted his way in the way that he wanted to do things, I think he would have swung Knox out the door in the first round pick just to get Oladipo over here. Doing his way, a veteran player for a few rookies. Maybe it looks like this now. Just suppose you take this into consideration that Leon Rose told Tibbs, he said, look, you get these rookies in order. He said, I don't care how you have to do it and which way you have to do it, but they're not going anywhere. Play them the way that you see fit. But by the time their contract is up, you make sure I'm going to give you one that you feel as though is not going to be in the fold. And that one that he gave you was DSJ. Because it's not strange that none of these players got traded, because there was some value to that. Because look what they got for Oladipo. Look what they got for Fournier. A second-round pick. They would have took Knox quick. They would have took Knox quick for Fournier if Thibodeau just wanted veteran players. So I'm looking at it from a totally reverse standpoint. Look, Tibbs, these boys going to be here. It's up to you to get them in shape. And anywhere Knox's contract is up into, you just got Obi. Turn those into players. I don't care if you don't give them no minutes this year, but you bring them along the way that you see fit. That's why they're still New York Knicks. Have you ever even thought that that could possibly be that they have them in the fold in the future? They're just not playing right now. Have that ever crossed your mind?
I mean,
I'm asking you. That's a yes or no question. Have that ever crossed your mind?
No.
Okay. Is that a way that is that another way of looking at it?
I mean, yes, it is.
Okay, I rest my case.
I mean, I just gave what my opinion was.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
There's different opinions. That's what I feel. I just feel like Tom Thibodeau diminishes. You can't go to a Mercedes-Benz dealership and be like, I want this 2021 Benz, and I'm gonna give you my 1995 Honda Civic.
Yeah, but see, that's what the New York fans is demanding. You trade this person, you trade that person. That never came from the front office, so they might have a vision for these players. You know, it might not be this year that they make that next step. It may be next year. It might be 10 games left in the season that they finally figured out. It looked like Obi is going to the basket now with a little bit force. We didn't see that early in the season. Things are happening. Maybe these players are the long-range plan, but at their age, they're just not ready yet. So we're going to keep these one-year players in front of them. Nothing too drastic, nothing too hard of a sign, but just to get them ready.
Well, the only thing is, like I said, Obi and Knox are still under contract. Frank is not under contract after this year. So Frank can go wherever if he wanted. I mean, if someone offered him, like, hey, we want you to come over here and we're going to give you legit minutes every game.
Look, the Magic would have took Frank for Fournier all day long if you got a second-round pick for him. They would have took Frank. Frank wasn't on the table. So that tells you something about the New York Knicks organization. We're not even giving away Frank.
Well, you have the chance of losing Frank for nothing now.
Okay, but maybe Frank is on the deal that they might sign him like they did Payton. So if you lose Frank for nothing, so what if he wasn't there? You gave him 4 years, so you comfortable letting him go. Even if you decide to do that. You can't say that they didn't give him 4 years to prove is he going to be a part, but I think they got like they might got an Elfrid Payton contract waiting on Frank. Because the Knicks didn't do anything wrong. They didn't run out there to go get these Hasbro players. They kept all the players that they drafted. That's something new but we as Knicks fans, we always want to wait for the other shoe to drop. Everybody thinks, but everything is fan based. Nothing is coming from the organization that Knox is on the block, that Knox is in back. Look, they high praise for Knox from Tibbs in practice. Okay, if he got the 21-year-old have to wait, okay, a year through the summer. In his 4th year, he 22. The bell might just go off.
Hey, Rob, to contradict just real quick, Leon Rose was skeptical about Kevin Knox in the beginning of the season. He was concerned about Kevin Knox before the season started.
When he spoke about Knox and training and everything, and what came out of his mouth was this here: Knox put in the work all summer long. Knox looks good in practice. I never heard an ill word come out of his mouth.
All right.
I never did. Now, if you heard something, maybe I didn't hear it, but you know. I never heard him say anything about the rookies that was on the negative basis. And then basically they're still on the team. Them Rose know what these players been through. As far as he's seen it first, and Tibbs know. So if you're just gonna light the fire and you're gonna burn down the whole thing, these players are still on the team. So I don't feel as though Tibbs should get the blame for Knox not playing because he didn't push him on the trading block. He got rid of one person that he felt as though wasn't going to fit.
Well,
and
I think he got rid of him because he just needed a veteran point guard. And I was crying for a veteran point guard. Thank goodness.
Yeah, even if it was that. But look, he had players to choose from.
Yeah. And I think Dennis Smith Jr. just wanted a fresh new start. He had a bad situation happen, and maybe after that whole situation, he just wanted to start over with a new team. And it happened.
He went to the G League.
Right, but then he wanted right.
Well, technically, he never made it to the G League.
Right.
Yeah, he got picked up. But so, like I said, it could have been anybody. If they said, "Well, we're gonna leave him in the G League, we're gonna give him a chance," or whatever, they chose who they picked. They cut players. Omar Spellman, he got cut. Players got look. It wasn't just like a sweep. Now they still holding up spots right now. They got to the ninth to get somebody to fill those spots. So they're being careful with their picks. Everything can't be just to the negative. He's not playing, but he's still a Knick. He's 21 years old. He's still a Knick. You know what I'm saying? That has to count for something. Because they could have been, they would have took Oladipo in the second round pick, and they would have had Oladipo on this team, and Knox would have been gone at that spot. But they chose not to do that. So they're gonna give a boy a chance. Just be patient. Knox looks more patient than you.
I saw a real funny video on Twitter today. You seen? You remember the Gene Wilder Willy Wonka movie from like the 70s?
Okay.
You remember when he came? He was walking out there when he was meeting all the presidents. He looked old and withered, and then he did a little spin. It's like, here I am. There's like Blake Griffin going from the Pistons to the Nets. It was like a broke down Willy Wonka. Then he gets to the Nets. He's like, surprise, gotcha.
Yeah.
Because he pulled the okie doke on them. Blake Griffin ain't dunked in 2 years. Now he out here catching alley-oops again.
Everything. He said, get me up out of there.
I'm like, wow, you pulled one on them, didn't you?
So Kev, you feel like the Knicks should be doing what the Nets are doing right now? Because the Nets do have Mike D'Antoni. You know, they have a Mike D'Antoni. They have the folk. They're all about offense. So you like the way the Nets?
You mean how they built their team or
their
style of play?
Both, maybe a little of everything.
No, I want the Knicks to listen. Yes, I am all about playing the kids, playing the young players. I want to develop the young players. RJ, Knox, Obi, Quickly, Mitch. I want to develop them and have them be great. I don't care nothing about the Alec Burks, the Bullocks, the Elfrid Paytons, the Nerlens and Wells, the Taj Gibsons. I don't care about them.
Well, are you willing to be patient? They're still on the team. They even changing. Because if Knox is playing 30 minutes next year and he's playing at his potential and you see everything, what would you say about Tibbs then?
My question to Kev.
Wait, let him answer that question. Okay, let him answer that question first.
I say about time.
That's it? But no, he brought them along slowly and they was in the plans. Really, you would still hate on them that bad? It won't be, I was wrong about the man. It won't be, I was wrong about the man. They did have a plan for my man. It won't be none of that.
I hope Tom Twitter does have a plan.
No, okay, so now, but you never even took that side of the coin to look at.
I mean, if that happens, then okay, that's good. I'm glad that you took this asset. I'm glad that you took this asset and turned it into something.
It wasn't gonna be, I was wrong about you, nothing like that.
There's more than that. What Tom Thibodeau has proved to me to be okay. And I don't know if you heard me and Ralph talking about how I view Tom Thibodeau's role as coach. I don't know if you missed that, if you heard that part, if you missed it or not.
No, I heard that.
But Oh, yeah, so that's what I think. I just think that Tom Thibodeau's
Oh
here
no, but
to.
see, but if that happens with your boy Kev, then he's showing the things that he said in the press conference. So then that takes away some more of your argument and your bad behavior.
If that's what happens, Rob, if that's what happens, I'll look back and I will be like, okay, Tom, you have starting to garner some of my respect.
Here's my question for you, Kev. Which approach you prefer better, the Golden State Warriors approach or the Brooklyn Nets approach? Because Brooklyn Nets,
Warriors approach.
If you ask me my opinion, right? We had a chance to get Tibbs and we had a chance to get Kenny Atkinson and Jason Kidd, right? You got right, Rob? You follow?
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, you had a chance to get everybody you wanted.
No. I'm talking about who the Knicks really wanted. I don't want to stray. I want to stay with my train of thought. Kenny Atkinson spent 4 years building assets like the way you said, right? He was building assets, Spencer Dinwiddie, Caris LeVert, Joe Harris, and you feel like the Knicks. Earlier, you said that you feel like you like his style of coaching, right? And you feel like we should have gone with the Kenny Atkinson approach. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Tom Thibodeau. Is it fair to compare Tom Thibodeau to Mark Jackson? Is that a fair Is that a fair assessment? Because Tom Thibodeau is a defensive coach. Is that and building and maybe the guy that's going to be the coach that's going to be laid down the foundation for this team? Is that a fair comparison, guys?
Yeah, I mean, you can say the same thing about Kenny Atkinson, but I guess so. Yeah.
No, Kenny Atkinson is more building assets, more offense, more.
Well, no, I don't think it's building assets because Kenny Atkinson's like, oh, I'm going to build you up to trade you. I don't think that was his mindset. I'm going to build you up to be the best player you can be.
We don't know that. I'm not saying that. I'm not. Maybe not. But you don't know. We had as a Leon Rose. This is what's going on. He had to choose between Tom Thibodeau, who's possibly laying the foundation like Mark Jackson, but you're saying we should be more like like Brooklyn. We should be more like Brooklyn, to be honest. And you like Mike D'Antoni, so I'm sure you wouldn't hesitate to have him as an assistant coach or whatnot. But I think you're more leaning towards what Brooklyn is doing, like doing what Kenny Atkinson did, but they haven't proven anything. I feel like that approach of having a Kenny Atkinson hasn't proven to win a championship versus hiring Tom Thibodeau, laying down the foundation, has proven to win a championship in this league.
See, that's, I think, a wrong way of looking at it. When Kenny Atkinson was the head coach, Kenny Atkinson was like, I'm going to build you up to be the best player that you can be to help us win. Brooklyn just found themselves in a position to where they were be able to acquire two superstars. They got those two superstars because they raised the value of their assets to make the Brooklyn Nets an attractive place to be. So then,
but he didn't do it in 1 year.
No, exactly. I'm not saying he did it in 1 year. I'm saying that's what he did in totality. He took
because if you're not watching the Nets, I remember when Dinwiddie was sitting on the bench for time and time in their first couple years, and then all of a sudden, then they got to play a little bit. This is Tom Thibodeau's first year, and you are crucifying him.
There's a lot of stuff I curious about Tom Thibodeau about his rotations.
I'm saying but see, you're not you didn't watch Kenny Atkinson every day from the first day of his rebuild because you didn't really care about the team. You seen the byproduct and you liked it. You didn't see what it took to make it.
I don't know what coach. My whole thing, Rob. My question is, what I really want to know is, I've seen a Mark Jackson, a recent history. I've seen Mark Jackson, right? He helped lay the foundation for a championship team, right? And I know that Kevin W is very big on offensive-minded coaches, right? So my whole thing is, name me a coach, right, that laid that foundation, an offensive-minded coach that laid that foundation, and the team won a championship, just out of recent history. Do you know that? Anybody?
D'Antoni tried it, got all the way to the Western Conference Finals and lost. That was the closest that led the team in scoring, and the closer he got was the Western Conference Finals. He had Stoudemire, Nash and them, Marion. They got right there with Horry and them, and then that's when they got. And they lost.
Bit was kind of. I think in fairness, they was cheated a little bit. They lost. No. I said they were cheated is because remember that game? I don't know who was fighting. Somebody was fighting, and they suspended like Amari Stoudemire.
Yeah, they all jumped on the floor. That was that.
They all Amari Stoudemire did was walk towards what was going on.
You know the rules. That was right after the Malice in the Palace. You knew the rules. Come on, man.
But we all know Amari Stoudemire.
Hey man,
Amari Stoudemire wasn't going down there to do anything.
That was more like, look, we ain't taking no shorts. Yeah, they got suspended that game. Yeah, that hurt them. I mean,
that hurt a lot.
Yeah.
I think they lost Stoudemire and Barbosa. Not Barbosa.
But they would have went up against a defensive Detroit team that the Lakers didn't beat that year. Remember that. Detroit had the number one defense.
All I'm saying is I feel like they got hosed.
Hey, they hosed themselves.
So my whole thing is like, I'm trying to get an understanding, like the way you're looking at the situation, Kev, because like it's looking like we possibly got the right person to lay down the foundation for this team, but you're criticizing as if, and you said it before, you said it earlier, that Leon Rose didn't hire the right coach for this team. And you also criticize his style of coaching and his style of play, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
So, but defense is what's winning you, is what lays down the foundation. My whole thing is, I don't know.
There's a lot of things to me, like I said, like
your approach doesn't give us a solution.
I look at it, there's, like I said, there's a lot of things that go into it. It's like, case in point, James Harden has a thigh contusion, and the Brooklyn Nets are like, we're going to keep him out for a couple of games. We got to make sure he's right. Julius Randle has a thigh contusion, and Tom Thibodeau was like, I'm about to play him 40 minutes.
Look at, they had luxury to take him out. 20 games over 500.
But my whole thing is like, I feel like you bringing a different situation, but again, you're not looking at the situation from winning championships. You're looking at a situation as assets only, and you're not. There's nothing with your argument that holds championship team in your conversation yet. Like,
what do you mean?
Kenny Atkinson laying down the foundation. I don't know if that builds us I mean, if two free agents like Kevin Durant walk in and one, but like I don't know if that leads us to a championship. It hasn't been proven that, you know, all your obsession for offense and better offense and more points that you're thinking would lead this team to a championship in history. Going back to the last 10 years since Steph Curry won the championship, you know, you needed a defensive-minded coach first. Everything that Tom Thibodeau's doing, if it's not Tom Thibodeau, it's going to have to be another defensive-minded coach. It should have been another defensive-minded coach running this team, is what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know if you need a defensive-minded coach or an offensive-minded coach. You just need a good coach. I don't think anyone sits here and says,
I disagree.
I don't think nobody's sitting here saying, Greg Popovich is a defensive-minded coach. No, they say that Greg Popovich is a great coach. They don't sit here and say Eric Spoelstra is a defensive-minded coach.
But his pinpoint, but his pinpoint is defense.
But they don't underline it, right? They don't say He's a great.
They don't have
coach.
to because he's been around
Greg
so long. You
Popovich
know,
is a great coach. They say Eric Spoelstra is a great coach. They say Rick Carlisle is a great coach. Steve Kerr is a great coach. They don't say he's a great defensive coach.
Wait, Steve Kerr became
because they won already. Everybody you talked about won championships. So now you gonna go into the great.
But here's the thing. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about championships. So I just named you championship coaches.
Yeah,
you don't sit here and say these championship coaches are great, one side of the ball defensive.
Listen, Kev.
Hold up. Steve Kerr never laid down no foundation for no team. He just got there back. Mark Jackson.
Your argument was championship level teams. All I said was I named you these championship level coaches. And you don't sit here and give them underlines.
No, Kev, no, that's not true because Mark Jackson laid the groundwork for the defense on that team before he left.
That's what I'm saying.
Therefore, it was a defensive team before Kerr got there.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying anything about the foundations of anything. I'm saying this. When you talk about these coaches who coach these championship level teams, all you say is such and such is a great coach. You don't say
because they already won the championship.
Coach or such and such is a great.
Yeah, but Kev, before they won the championship, the staple of the team was defense. Once you win the championship, now you're just a great coach. But every staple, Spoelstra, Carlisle, all of them was defensive coaches. After they won the championship, now they call them great coaches because you don't have to identify with defense no more because you won the whole thing.
And to add to your point, Rob, real quick, remember LeBron James in Miami? People were saying that he should have won Defensive Player of the Year. He was like one of the best defensive players. He had one of the best defensive years ever before when he won his first championship with Miami. So, Eric Spoelstra is a great defensive coach, and I feel like you're looking at in terms of lenses of offense and building, making sure that all our players are assets and they're not being looked at as Honda Accords and stuff like that. When the truth is, Tom Thibodeau didn't come for that. He came here to lay down the foundation for this team to win a championship, possibly.
That's right. Until you get that great player that's gonna make you multi-facet, you lay a foundation because Miami been defense since the 90s all the way up into 2020. Because they had a great GM, which was Pat Riley, but they never changed their identity for the new league, and they went all the way to the championship and won a couple rings based on defense. Yeah, they had LeBron and Wade, but their calling card was still defense. You can't get away from that. How long y'all gonna stay on, man? I'm about to go to bed.
I'm about to get off myself. I don't know what Freezy. I'm about to call him. Hold on.
Okay.
Shoot, Freezy at home, but I'm a holler at y'all though, because I'm already in the bed.
Hey, good talk to you.
All
right.
I'm calling Freezy now, so I figure out what's going on.
Oh yeah, you can tell him what's going on when he look at that screen.
They went a voicemail. I sent him a text.
Yeah, he at work.
Everyone, I don't know if it's just me. We've been on for 4 hours and 2 minutes now. So I just hit up Freezy. Like, look, because the last thing I want to do is like have the chat still going. And everything. I know there's 64 people still watching. So very, very grateful for everyone's loyalty to be up at almost 4 o'clock in the morning watching this. I think a lot of times people really don't take the context of what I'm trying to say. I have a lot of issues with Tom Thibodeau. a lot of issues that I think will get bigger over time. But we'll just have to kind of see how everything plays out. I'm not Nostradamus, so I don't really know. I'm gonna go off my gut feeling tells me. So, we still have a long way to go. Still 24 games to go in the season. A lot can happen. For anyone who is thank you, Justin L. Thank you. Danny Landis as well. Thank you so very much. Don O'Cannon, they left on their own. I didn't kick anyone out. I don't think this is about me. I just want to put on a good show for you guys. I want to keep it spicy, keep it fresh, keep it original for you guys. Nobody wants a stagnant show. Yeah, I can get a little too deep into my bag sometimes. It's just a passion that I live with. I love this team, right? I've loved the New York Knicks since I was a little boy, and I'm going to go hard for them. I'm going to go hard for them with other Knicks fans. So that's just who I am in a nutshell. Like I said, I do this for y'all. And I'm so very, very grateful that you guys have me on this platform and listen to what I have to say. Even though there's times you may not agree with everything I say, sometimes you might. But we're never going to agree on the same thing. So thank you, Christian Fortune. Thank you so very much. So tomorrow's game against the Dallas Mavericks, Kristaps' first game back. We're gonna see how that plays. Hopefully we can bounce back after that disappointing Minnesota loss. Hopefully. Freezer, you there? I don't know if Freezy's there or not. I hope he is.
Yeah, I'm here. Man, it's almost 4 o'clock. We still doing that.
But no, I don't like to just get off and have the stream just going and no one's here. I want to give the people their money's worth, so to say. So I'm here for the people waiting for you to officially end it. I just don't like leaving with the chat still going. But we can call it a show tonight.